Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the worst side quest in the freaking game. Oh my god, I'm so sick of these quests. I was hoping to have some time to do some of this, more of this off camera, but you know. Here we are. For God's sakes, really? This is as good a time as any to talk about side quests. I think it's a good thing. Oh, wait a moment. Let people stream in a little bit. See that I'm doing side quests. Immediately stream out. I'm waiting for the comment. I'd rather watch paint dry than watch you do this. Well. Hi, camper. Hi, Ewison Corp. I'm so sorry, Ewison Corp. May God have mercy on your soul. Hi, Tim. I knew it, Rex! Walks are good. I'm with walks. I am being exaggerative. A lot of people think Season 7 is the crap season for TNG. That is exaggerative. There's actually some surprisingly good episodes in there. There's also Total Drek, but, you know, it's whatever. There you go. Hi, Valvadrix. Hi, Blade Turval. So, yeah, let me talk about side quest design for a second. Oh, yeah. I have been challenged by my beloved sister to not in any way compare this game to WoW today. I'm going to fail at that, but we're going to make the effort. See how this works out. So, side quests. Some of you may know that there's another MMO called Tor. No, for real, I can kind of compare and contrast this. Because what they did, with Heaven's Word specifically, they didn't do this back in ARR. And remember, this is my first time doing this stuff. Is each zone has one regional. It has a regional quest. And that's cool, right? I mean, that's leaning towards a good thing. And I think Tor is one of the better examples of regional quests, because Tor has 3 major quest chains, on average, that go through most of the planets, aka most of the zones. That would be, of course, the class quests, duh, the planetary primary and the planetary secondary. So it's a similar concept. But it's somehow even worse designed than Tor, from a gameplay perspective at least, and less interesting than Tor from a story perspective. So that all sucks. And of course, none of this is labeled, by the way. That's the other thing. None of this is labeled. It's all just yellow quests. And that's irritating as hell. So what ends up happening, let's actually follow this from a gameplay design perspective, and not compare it to an MMO which is the perfect comparison point to compare this to, but instead we're going to keep this in Tor land. So, there's a quest bundle here. Usually there's like one zone, one spot, that has just a bunch of quests in any of the zones. It's like, hey, look, a bunch of quests, that's cool. That's cool. Ow! Hang on just a sec. Let me... Thumb. There we go. So you got a little bundle, and those go all over the place. They just go... There's no pattern. There's no rhyme. There's no reason. Some of them lead over here. Some of them lead over here. One of them leads right here. One leads over here, one leads over here, one leads over here, and then back here, and so forth and so on. There is absolutely no logic to the routing, the actual activity of each of these side quests. So when you go do all those side quests, you go back, and then you realize, as you go back to turn them in, that you didn't do them all because you can only track 5 at a time, and you just picked up 13 quests. So then you go back out, and you go start over again, and do the other random ones that are all over the place. Now, it's possible to go ahead and manually sort your quests to do this, but this is much more of a pain in the arse than it actually looks like. Possible. But it is an unnecessary aggravation step, and is why the 5 quest limit is definitively a negative, because it gets really frustrating. And by the way, that's not just when you're doing side quests. Speaking personally, I have plenty of times in my career where I've had more than 5 blue quests active at a time as I've been progressing through, and it's just like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'll just forget this quest exists because I forgot it was there. Either way, thank you, Dakota, for watching my show. And thank you, Majdi, very much for the sub. Now, I put Dakota's thing towards Neo. And Majdi, if you know where you'd like to put that towards, do please let me know. 1 second. Read this. It's just him being stupid again. So, like, hi, Rai. So, check this out. So, let me try to visualize it. See, all the quests start over here in Mogholm, right? So, I can actually tell you, one quest went here. One went over here. One went up here. One went up here. One went over here. And one down here. And that all sucks. So, there's no flow, no rhyme, and no reason to them, right? So, that's cool. It's funny you say that, because so far Heavensward is actually shorter than I expected, Dr. Winter. Which I suppose answers Pika's question. We will guaranteed hit Stormblood this week. No question. So we will finish up Heavensward this week. Yeah, you see why I'm directly comparing this to Tor. You see, anybody who's played Tor, you know why I'm bringing that comparison up. And not a certain other MMO I can't even mention. Because there is absolutely no rhyme or reason to it. I'm pretty sure the quest designers... I hate to say this because this is an insult. I think they didn't design the quests. I think they didn't think about where they put them. They just put them someplace which didn't have pre-existing triggers. Because I've been paying attention, especially in this zone. I've been paying attention, and almost every quest thing will take you to an area that no other quest thing goes to. Right? So, I think they literally had a map out. Because this is how most MMO designers do this. They actually make a physical map. And they map out, okay, they blob this, and this has to go this area, and this has to go to this area. And I think they said, okay, this area hasn't had a quest, this hasn't had a quest, etc. Now, I'm not sure about that, but I'm not joking when I say that each one of these... Yeah, nice, by the way, USM Corp. Each one of these, specifically, is going to a different spot. And yeah, there's a logic to that, right? It's to try and get you out there to see all the areas of the map. This is how I saw the frickin' ship in the clouds. I actually linked that in Discord the other day. So... that sucks. No, it does. There's ways to do that better than what is effectively wasting your time, which is what these are doing. Because again, there's no rhyme or reason to it. If you were to do like, so let's do a hypothetical. Let's say you got a bunch of quests here, and they lead you to all the areas on this little, like the little peninsula you see right there, right? Make this a little bigger. Ah, I can't make it bigger, can I? Oh, there we go. Bigger. Okay, so like that little peninsula right there, right? And then you do those, you turn them in, and then you get another quest or 2 or 3 which goes up here. And that quest leads to all the spots up here. Then you go turn that in, that leads you to a quest up here. Those are called vector quests. You get a vector quest over to this other town. That quest leads you to a bunch of quests here. And you see how there can be a flow to this while still accomplishing the same objective. This is why I say this doesn't feel designed, because it doesn't feel like they actually put any thought into which quest leads where, when. Instead, it's just go wherever. And what this means is there's a whole lot of padding, even with a frickin' flying mount, of just flying around going from quest to quest to quest, even while trying to be efficient about it. Now that sucks, but that's just bad quest design in general. That's its own separate negative. Hang on. These quests, in particular... Really, Rex? These quests, in particular, have something even worse than that. I'm going to try and show it off, and one of these quests might actually do it. Hang on a second. So all the quests here are Moogle quests. All of them. At least all the ones I've seen right now. Yeah. Run away, run away. Monsters chase after them. Can someone else answer Rex's question for me? So I don't have to break the vow. So this isn't a great example, but you see this area right here? No, this is a terrible example. I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to show you it because it sucks. So there's a common element. By the way, hi, Ryan. There's a common element to these quests. Almost all of them follow the same formula, specifically in this zone, okay? So the narrative of what's going on here, I'll give you the zoomed out picture, is the Moogles are trying to beef themselves up and get trained and get tough and get ready to go fight Needhog. Okay? That's cute and adorable, right? It's also extremely frustrating, because what this quest chain involves is, let's assume for a moment that I talk to the lieutenant of the Moogles. He's right here. He's like, all right, I've brought my squad out here to train, but all of them have either wandered off or are lost. It's like, oh, Okay. Go find them. So we go find them in this area. Notice how vertical this is? Notice how many little nooks and crannies there are? How much the crystals and the gray just kind of blurs into each other? And by the way, there's no indicators. It's just in here. Go and find... I think it's like 5 of them. There, so far, have been 4 separate quests, which have been, okay, we found all the troops. Let's go to the training area. Oh no, I've lost all the troops. Go find them again. That's the second negative I'm giving this area. Because this is... And by the way, this is with a flying mount. I can't even imagine doing this crap with just being stuck to the ground. With my feet glued to the ground. That would be awful. What am I doing here? Oh my god! Are you joking? So it looks like I am once again searching for Moogles. So let's go save the Moogles again. That makes 5 now. 5 quests where we have been saving the Moogles. Jesus Christ, this is... Now, okay, so... I should mention this is the regional quest. This is the regional chain. It's the only quest I have left because I've done everything else. Now, here's the really messed up part. You might think, well, at least a regional quest can be good, right? Well, I mean, it can be good. That's certainly a valid thing. And I'm going to talk to you about one of them, because this is still a pseudo-lore run, and I want to do my proper diligence on that. But, this is just... You're wrong, Mr. Red. This is just... Oh, God. Okay. So first, let me say thank you to Sierra Mike. I will jot that down for Doom. I do hope you're doing well, given everything. Okay. Zone quests, right? Regional. That's what we call those. We call those regional quests. So, let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go over to Kurthus. So the Kurthus, this one right here. Kurthus West. What's the regional quest here? Well, it sucks. So what it is there's a group of dudes right here over at this settlement at the Convictory who are like, hey, we've discovered that if we kill a dragon and then leave its corpse, a bigger dragon comes for the corpse. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill a dragon and then kill a bigger dragon and then kill a bigger dragon until we have the biggest of all dragons. This goes exactly as you'd expect. However, shortly thereafter, one of the things you find out is that one of the members of the Convictory, who's like, I will help you, is actually secretly trying to buy her way into the nobility by selling all of the dragon parts they're getting from this thing. And it's so dumb. I can't even explain it properly. It's so dumb. It's like, I will become a noble, and then I will have all the power to change Ishgard for the better. And okay, that sounds noble, but the way she says it is so villainous. It's funny. Like, she's like, you're gonna give me this, and you're gonna give me this right now. And we keep bailing her out because she's pathetic. And we keep bailing her out and giving her the items. She's like, no, give me this or I'll kill you. Ah, I'm evil. Ah, no, the noble betrayed me. Ah, I wasn't able to buy my way into the nobility. I'm worthless. And then her friend shows up, and I kid you not, I was like, don't worry. Even though I'm pathetic just like you, we're gonna work for change from the ground up. You're right. I never realized... literally, one dialogue. That's all it takes to change her mind, is one dialogue. And she's like, you're right. I had no idea that we could change things from the ground up. We will make a better Ishgard. Wander off. What? You already know this area's quest arc. I've been telling you it. It's, hey, yeah, we're totally gonna go and make these squad, and they're gonna suck. Oh yeah, my inventory has been getting excessively full. Speaking of which, I need to be discarding as I go here, because that's how full my inventory is getting. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. I kind of can't sell right now, because I'm not sure what I can sell, because I accidentally sorted my inventory, so I have no idea which is sellable, and which is something I need for the crafter quests. So I'm just kind of living with it for right now. What better Ishgard? So, okay, so that quest sucks. Negative to story. Negative to disco. Hang on, Disco says it. They drag down pacing if you do them as they become available. Oh, God, yeah, they do. Do they give me decent exp? So, I have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zones worth of side quests on this character, on this class. If you look at the top of my bar, it has gone from about where the EXP is to where it is right now. So, granted, I'm level 80, but allow me to go ahead and tell you that even at level, these quests give jack. I didn't know you could do that, Rax. That would have been helpful. But I'll remember that for the future. Thank you, Robostall. Always, I will jot that down for Valhalla. No pennies, though. Pennies are evil. Yeah, that would have been extremely helpful to know. I'll have to remember that. Yeah, no, these give junk, X, though. Just absolute junk. But why would... these quests so much. But I promised you some lore. So, the one regional story that's been worth a damn was the Hinterlands, I think it is? The Forelands, this place right here. This is the only place that's had a regional. Now, this place actually had 2 regionals. The first regional was stupid. I'm going to summarize the first regional to you in 2... I could get it in 2 words. You ready for this? Overhunting bad. That's it. I'm extremely not kidding. The entire story arc, which is like 10 quests long, is just overhunting bad, and that's it. But the other one, which I'm going to give a positive for, is a story about a little dragon, which I wrote down his name, CUL. Now, yeah, Christian Bot's up. Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm finding lost Moogles again. Make another quest! CUL is a little dragon. He's really young. He's adorable too. He's this cute little guy. He's flying around, and we approach him. So actually, let me rewind a second. His mother says, "Hey, my son is out in the wild, and I'm kind of concerned about him. Can you go check on him for me?" Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, no problem. So we go in and we find him, and he freaks out. Oh my god, it's a human, or a mortal is what he calls it. It's a mortal. Run, run! So we chase after him, obviously, until we finally corner him, and he's like, very well, I cannot defend myself against you. I am at your mercy. Do with me what you will. And then we're like, dude, we were sent by your mom. He's like, oh, well, okay. So hold on. You're not gonna hurt me even though I'm completely at your mercy? No, we're not gonna hurt you even though you're completely at our mercy. Okay. Now, believe it or not, I'm bothering to point at that specific point up because it becomes a plot point in a minute. So we deliver him, and then we effectively go play with him for a while. I'm not even joking. The quests are like, hey, let's go play in the river, or let's go fight this thing, or I wonder what this tastes like. You know, stuff like that. It's really cute. Unlike these freaking Moogles. This Moogle is complaining that I just killed things too quickly for him. I'm gonna stab that guy in the stupid face. Here, let me kill this slightly less quickly for you. This. There. Is that slow enough for you? So we play with the kid for a while, and then finally we find out that his brother has been injured pretty recently by a group of Ishgardians. So we go to see the brother, see if we can help him out. And the brother is like, arg, I'm in pain and suffering, and all mortals are evil. So you should stay away from that mortal who's standing right next to you, brother. So the kid has this cute little moment, and it's actually pretty well written. I'm not going to do it justice. The kid basically says, well, my brother wouldn't lie to me. So you've got to be evil. But you had me at your mercy, and you didn't do anything about that. I'm going to go ask Mom about this. Mom? And Mom's like, they're different. Different mortals are different. Oh, that makes sense. So brother wasn't lying. He just didn't know this was a different mortal. So there's different mortals, and then there's mortals. Cool. We should help him. This is when it actually gets interesting for me. There's a little bit of world building here. Give me a second. I'm going to read the stupid quest. Yes, you're welcome for not getting you unlost. God, I hate these Moogles so much. Let me guess. There's a chain. Oh my god, it actually didn't chain. I think it's the first time. So... they're the same shape. It's weird. Anyways, so... We talked to the mother. It's like, how do we help you? How can we help? How we help brother? So we find out dragons believe very strongly in something they call the natural order. Now, this is actually kind of cool because this is a topic I've actually debated in real life with real people. It's the concept of medicine. So, you know how some people are like, boo, technology, yay, nature? Well, those people tend to forget about the fact that medicine is actually unnatural. And the dragons believe medicine is unnatural. Healing magic is unnatural because it's not part of the natural order. So, for example, your dragon, like, I've been stabbed, and literally this dragon has spears sticking out of them. But what they're going to do, and the way they deal with this, is they just say, all right, we're just going to go and chill and take a coma nap for several years in order to very slowly heal and very slowly pull those spears out. And by pull, I mean just through natural healing. They'll be pushed out by the cells regrowing themselves. And that's what they do. That's their normal process, because they abhor the concept of the unnatural. Now, there's like a weird finagling point here, because the mother tells us all this. But there's the thing is, anything done to you is by itself natural, because you haven't done anything to upset the natural order. So if someone stabs you with a spear, that's still natural, because you didn't do anything outside the natural order. And you already see where this is going. So we end up, and the mother tells us that there's actually a human that she knew personally, or a human, I keep saying human, it was actually an Elizon, a mortal that she knew personally, that used to actually do work with making a specific poultice designed to speed up the healing, the natural healing of the dragons. And so we go, we find, and we make this poultice, and we go, we help, we pull the frickin' spears out of the dragon, put the poultice in the wounds, and wake the dude up, and he's like, hey! How dare you leave me to rest here in my pain? And he says it just like that, too, like, I don't hurt anymore. And the little kid's like, yeah, this mortal right here, he was like, hey, and we did this. And again, it's okay because we did it to them. That's natural. Just like the spears were. And so he's like, oh, thank you very much. And he's cool about it, to his credit. The brother's like, oh, wow, this is so much better, thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. And the kid's like, yay, we saved him. I went to talk to the mother. Mother's like, thank you so much for helping, and blah, blah. It's all just very wholesome and nice. And, of course, gives a little bit of an insight into dragon culture. Because as several people in chat have already been mentioning, and the mother mentions this specifically, the dragons can afford to do that. Because they live, essentially, forever. So they could just sit there and be like, yeah, I'm going to take a few years to recover from this. And by the way, they do emphasize it takes years for most dragons to heal naturally from these encounters they have. Oh, for God's sakes! I hate these quests so goddamn much. I hate them. I hate them so much. Yeah, exactly. Imagine just being able to sleep off a stab wound. Take a couple years power nap. There we go. Those are stupid cloud mallows. Don't you dare give me another quest. Okay, there's just the one now. One quest left. This better be like a wrap-up quest, or I'm gonna stab something. Something small and moogly. That's true. In most Final Fantasy games, you can sleep off wounds, so there's a bit of logic to that. Really? No! No strategy! No Moogle squad! Gameplay or story-wise, Tim? Wow, they made it far before the first dragon attacked them. Here you go! Let me save you again. Well, I sure hope so, Blade Chaval, because that's what I'm doing. I'm not New Game Plus right now. Either? Well, in gameplay, it's the quest chain I've been doing. These frickin' Find the Moogle quests are the worst. These are so bad that I'm giving them a separate negative. I mean, I think they're dumb as rocks, Kalampalooza, but that's neither here nor there. Also, I talk about that in that video. And yes, we will be playing Elden Ring after FF14. That hasn't changed. That's been true for, God, months at this point. Now, story-wise, the worst quest I've had so far, honestly, is probably the one in the Kurthus Western, whatever. The, I'm gonna get power to change the world from the top. No, we don't have to do that. You're right. I've changed my mind after and I'm not joking. It's one line of dialogue. She has this whole arc across like 7 quests, and then her friend is like, no, you're wrong. And she's like, you're right. I changed my mind. Just bam, like someone hit a frickin' switch. God, it's terrible. Just, So there you go. Worst gameplay, worst story. Both of them are in Heavensward. It's actually really funny, because I sort of imagined in my head that the side quests would get better in Heavensward, and they're not. They're getting worse. Let me guess. Nope, yep, there it is. It chained. Oh my god, and they just keep doing this! Alright, I finished every quest in the zone, except for this one, which just popped, because they don't chain properly. Do you not know how to design quests? Is that what's going on here? I need to find someone. And there just needs to be slaps. That's what... I have spent so much time doing this right here. Just this. Just flying to a spot. To do the one quest. Because it just keeps doing this. This was exactly how Kurthus West was. These have taken so long that I take back everything I said about how quick the side quests are. Because all of a sudden, they're taking 7 trillion years in Heavensward. Like, I spent most of Sunday and all of Monday morning doing these stupid side quests. And by the way, I got like 3 zones left. Don't worry, I'm going to switch back to trade quests in a minute. I just wanted to finish this zone. Really? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Yeah, and yeah, I'm flying. This is as fast as this gets. Which, of course, brings me to Dr. Winter's question. How would you rate the application of fast travel in this game? So, this game does one thing better than Tor. You thought I was going to get it, didn't you? Nope, you're wrong. This game does one thing better than most MMOs, in all honesty, and that is the actual fast travel, the Ether Stones, right? However, it also does one thing very much wrong, as opposed to most other MMOs, and that is travel time and placement of Ether Crystals. We've actually already pointed this out. The worst example of this is in Heavensward. Here, check it out. Come on, there we go. You see this? See this giant zone? Someone point out the only Ether Crystal in this giant zone for me. Now, this is the worst example of this. But in all honesty, all of the zones so far have had this same problem. In Heavensward, specifically. Way too big of zones, way too little placement. Now, I don't remember how this is going to be later. I guess we'll find out when we get there. But the travel design of the Heavensward zones sucks. Yes, you're powered up by the Kupo Nut. You... Oh my god, I think the quest is still chaining. So, to use an example of another MMO that does this better, there's this MMO called... No, you're not going to catch me. Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is probably the actual best MMO in total, ever, with regards to fast travel. Because Guild Wars 2 has the fast travel, just like these, but it has them far better distributed, and getting from point A to point B without them is substantially less of a just, this, right? So, like, for example, in this zone, rather than just 2 ether points, there'd be like that one and then this one. There'd probably be one up here, there'd probably be one here, and there'd probably be one up here. And that way you could just boop, 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 boop. And it makes getting around substantially less time padding-y. God, it's gonna chain. It's gonna chain. You watch. Yes, I've been helping your brethren across the land. I've been wanting to tear my head off for it, but I've been doing it. Then I'm going to step on my head and smash it, and then it's just going to regenerate, because screw me. Yay! We've helped Locke join the Palm Guard. It's actually cheaper than FF14 is nowadays, comparatively, Blade Jabal. Because while FF14 increased the price of ether crystals, Guild Wars 2 actually reduced it an expansion ago. Go figure, right? Now, I don't want to overpraise Guild Wars 2, because there are some zones that just suck to navigate in that game. Like everything in Heart of Thorns. Just every Heart of Thorns zone. I knew it! Yes, I know. I get it. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Just kill me. Just kill me. Like, okay, like, this is a perfect example. There's a spot here. It's out of town, even. Is there an ether crystal here? No! It's almost faster to go from here. The only reason it isn't is because I have to go up and out of Malcolm. So I'm going to go over here, because it is a little bit faster. By probably like 5 seconds. Oh my god! I will also say personally that, well, I'm not exactly poor and average spending money is fine. If I want to buy anything off the auction house, I don't have a really good, reliable source of income in this game. Near as I can tell, and I've done some research on this, the only reliable source of income in the game is other players, which is confusing if you think about it for a minute. Because that money had to come from somewhere, right? So where did that money come from? Now, it's entirely possible those people made their money off the levies before they nerfed the levies. That's a possible answer. I mean, I suppose just sheer numbers could make that happen. That is how economics works. Money tends to gravitate towards individuals, just by math, as we've talked about before. Please don't give me another quest. Please don't give me another quest. Please don't give me another quest. I hate you. I hate you. I want you to die. I want you to die. I will not defend you against Race Felger. I will let him eat you. And then I will ask him what you taste like. How's my inventory looking? Oh my god. This is the only quest in the zone, by the way. Because this is how they do. It's just, yep, you did all the quests, but here's one quest that won't end. What is this, LotRO? So, okay, I should explain that joke a little bit. So I like LotRO, liked, past tense. The thing is, LotRO has probably some of the actual worst quest design I've seen in an MMO, from a gameplay perspective. Now, LotRO quests are great on the story axis. It's LotRO. Story's kind of that game's bread and butter. But the way this works, and this is not a joke, is you'll walk into a town, and you'll get 2 quests. And then you go do those 2 quests. And then you come back from those 2 quests. Each quest will give you 3 quests. So now you have 6. So you go do the 6 quests, and then you come back, and each one of those gives you 1 quest. So now you have 6. So you go, do those 6 quests, you get back, and you have 1 quest. Oh, thank God. But this quest leads you to another area, which has 10 quests. Now, I know that doesn't sound as bad as it is, but as we've the running gag, the running joke in LotRO is the quest reward are more quests. That's the design of LotRO, is you just keep getting more and more quests. There was this one time we were going through the Troll Lands. I can't think of the name of it right now. Troll Vale or whatever. And we would just never run out of quests. It just kept happening. Like, I was like, are we ever going to move on from this zone? Why are you... Okay. Okay. So the Palm Guard has decided... No! No! Okay, it's just 1. We just have to find 1 Moogle instead of 15. Thankfully, I already have a feel for how these quests work, so I knew it was over here. Well, I guessed it was over here. LotRO, so I keep using LotRO in the past tense. No, I didn't, Tim. Hang on, I'll fix it right now. Palace. Or, no, sorry, keep. There we go. So, what the hell was I about to say? LotRO. So, LotRO was bought out by someone, I think it was Warner Brothers, several years ago. And they just nosedived into terrible territory very fast. I'm talking, like, just some of the worst in-game transactions I've ever seen. Ever. Like, worse than Ubisoft level. I'm not actually joking. I don't care. I'm gonna delete... No, I can't. Are we done? No, of course we're not. Of course we're not done. Why would we be done? Oh my God, it chained into 2! There's 2 quests! Why? Worse than Dead Space 3. Imagine this for a moment, okay? So imagine you buy Heavensward. Yay, you have Heavensward now. Woo! And you go to Kurthus. So you're like, hey, Kurthus, you can't do anything here other than the main story quest. Nothing. All you can do is the main story quest. In order to do the side quests, you have to buy the side quests for this zone. In order to do the regional quests, you have to buy the regional quests. In order to do the dungeon in this zone, you have to buy the dungeon for this zone. For every single... I don't have a third one. Zone. You have to do it for every zone. By the way, in some cases, you have to buy features, too. Because they come out with features like... let me give you an example of a feature. Flying! You gotta buy that. It's bad. Oh yeah, you gotta buy inventory space. I don't mean... I know what you're thinking. Well, don't you have to do that in most MMOs? Like, STO does that, Guild Wars 2 does that. But you don't understand what I'm saying. So imagine for a second that you're over here on tab 1, and this is it. This is your inventory. Just this one tab. So you have to buy 2 and 3 and 4 in order to actually have normal inventory space. Now, if you happen to have an account from before they implemented that, you still have all the other inventory spaces. So what you do is you buy the quest pack. And what that does is it unlocks the ability to do those quests. Now, hang on, I'm not actually done yet, because I forgot to mention this. So, as I mentioned, in LotRO, the quest story is pretty good. In fact, it's arguably the meat content of LotRO. Think of it like the MSQ equivalent. It's all regional stuff, and it's pretty good. Yeah, with real money. So, hang on, it gets worse. In order to get the full benefit of those quests, you have to buy a separate pack in order to be able to get all of the rewards from a given quest, too. In some extreme cases, you could do a side quest and not get anything from it whatsoever. No experience, no gold, no nothing. Now, if this sounds familiar, then you've played Tor, where Tor gives you, normal... So you get less rewards from quests, and in some cases you literally cannot get rewards in quests in Tor until you buy the thing. Buy the privilege, whatever the frick it's called. That's nice. Yeah, preferred status. I don't know what it's called. You know what I'm talking about, though. I mean, I could probably keep going. There's so much wrong with the in-game store in LotRO. It's hysterical. Oh, did I mention that... so LotRO has... I mentioned you could go through the main story quest zones, right? But there's several zones that don't have MSQ going through them at all. So you have to buy that zone before you can buy that zone's quests, before you can buy that zone's features. I'm not making this up. This is one of the reasons why I've actually refused to allow LotRO to be added to the list for an MMO review. Because LotRO is such a shell of what it used to be that I don't even want to deal with it. I don't even want to touch it. Why would it be part of the subscription, Mike Romano? Actually, you can do a subscription. Oh, well that gets rid of all the problems, right? No. Unlike in Tor, hang on, where if you buy a subscription, it just gives you a lot of that stuff. In LotRO, a subscription gives you a monthly allotance of in-game currency, similar to STO. So you still have to use the in-game currency, which your subscription is getting you, in order to buy zones and stuff. It's enough to buy about a zone a month, give or take. Really? Now you're starting to suddenly have story? That's... Really? I'm horrifically against that myself, admittedly, Tim, but I also tend to think microtransactions are an automatic negative, so, grain of salt. By the way, this is the second time a quest has taken me up here. And when I say up here, I mean up here. I had to find Moogles up here earlier. Because that's the only quest this place has, apparently, is finding Moogles. I'm evil! I will destroy everything that is a symbol of peace and love. I'm not joking, that's actually what they're doing. No, really. If you can read as fast as me, you can double check that. And the Moogles totally beat the dragons to save the spire, the last symbol of peace! Please, please be the end. Please be the end. Please, God. I've been doing this for an hour. I just noticed the time. I have not been able to leave this goddamn zone. I'm actually angry at how much of a waste of my time this is. And this is going as fast as I can, with a level 80, with flying, with reading at my pace. Is it done? Is it done? Oh my god, it's done! We did it! We did it! God! Okay, real talk for a second. First time I played Skyrim, I think it was Skyrim. No, it wasn't Skyrim, it was actually Fallout 4. I wasn't 100% sure what Radiant quests were, so I kind of kept doing quests, and then wondering when the quests were going to end in Fallout 4. And there's just another settlement. I just gotta go deal with one more settlement. Ah! No, I don't feel satisfied. But I did do my job. And that's something I feel satisfied of. So, story negative. Okay. Gameplay negatives. This is awful. I gave the Western Kurthus side quest 2 negatives. I'm giving these 3. This is terrible quest design. On every level. As I've been describing, this is so bad. Oh my god. Okay. Rye, are you still there? Because I promised you Culinarian, and then I spent an hour killing Moogles. I mean... wanting to kill Moogles. I haven't even checked here yet. I'm going to check here really quick to see how bad this is going to be. Because I've got 3 zones left to do side quests in. No, nothing's as bad as Masters in Breath of Fire 3. Oh, that's a bunch of quests. But that's okay. That's okay. That might not be terrible. Oh my god. I hope so, Pillars of Snow. I really do. Oh yeah, by the way, so does anybody know when they turned the Heavensward Hildebrand quest into a blue quest? So when I was doing the Foundation side quest, I was like, okay, I need to look up that quest to make sure I don't accidentally do it off camera. And but yeah, apparently it is now a blue quest. Which I know because I did all the blue quests when I was doing Heavensward, so obviously it wasn't blue then. So no issues, woo! Okay. But for now, I did promise Rye some culinarianness. So let's do some quests that aren't that terrible, hopefully. That's this one, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. Let's just do this. Y'all. So yeah, we have to do this zone and Oz's Law and the Cloud Mist. That's 3 zones we still have to do in Heavensward for side quests. That hurts my soul to know that I still got 3 zones left. Just, oh my god. I've spent chunks of 3 days slamming through side quests as hard and fast as I can. Holy shkamoli. Scholasticate. So if that's the one I think it is, I did leave that on camera. Or off camera. Or, you know what I mean. I didn't do it. There's actually 2 quests in Foundation. I was like, I'm gonna wait on those. I think that's one of them? We'll find out. We'll find out. For now, I'm gonna cook! I have a reservation. Lore of the Culinarians. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Linsoth told me all about you. Please don't bow. Please don't wear that outfit in the rain. I'm Melcoco, head waitress, and I'd like you to participate in Del Monde d'Or, the most prestigious of all cooking contests. The winner of the previous edition of the contest is none other than our head chef, Hamasitia. He's a right bloody bastard. What I mean to say is he's an insufferable man. Then I will kill him. No, no, just outcook him. So you want me to cook him? Looks like I haven't done Scholasticate and whatever else is here. So I'm guessing I didn't do it. Whatever the other one is. Hello, insufferable prick. I can kill you in a heartbeat. Here to dine. Too bad. I only cook for the sirens or guests with reservations. I'm busy training for the award ceremony of the Demon d'Or. This will be my second victory running. Expectations will be higher than ever. I will play the unassailable a champion, carefree as you please. Or maybe I shall be sentimental in triumph, shed tears of joy. And no, wait, now that I think on it, I should also show disgust at the lack of sport. Oh, there's just so many ways to win. I like this guy. I think I am going to cook him. That's true. We could Tonberry him. I trust you don't understand my meaning. Every word of his oozes conceit. It makes me want to shove a hot skillet down his smirking bunghole. I'm picturing that visually, and it sounds amusing. Beg your pardon for the language. I forget myself sometimes. Now, as much as I hate to admit it, he is very good at what he does, otherwise he wouldn't have won, nor does Captain Rosen have hired him to treat her crew. Now, word has gotten out, so we're booked, but all the fame and attention went to his heads, and these days he swaggers about as though he were the 12's gift to taste buds. He doesn't even like the look of a patron. He'll refuse to cook for them. That's assuming he turns up for work. Oh, I hate prima donnas. In any field, I hate prima donnas. And you might think, oh, you mean like Hollywood and stuff? No, 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 trust me. Prima donnas are in every field. I have seen IT people who are prima donnas in this exact same manner. At any rate, you must beat him. Blah, 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 blah. You've gotten the best of Chef's Bane. I'm confident you have what it takes to win. What's a prima donna? I mean, I literally just described it to you, Mr. Red. I won't cook for you because I don't like the look of you. I won't even show up to work because I'm too good for that. Yeah, it's someone who has an excessive opinion of themselves, whether they deserve it or not. That's actually a separate, unrelated factor. It's just someone who really thinks way too highly of themselves. You know, like Rax. No, I'm joking. Glad tidings. The Bismarck has been chosen to host the Demon d'Or. What better place to cook than in one's own kitchen? Member of the contest council has come to the Culinarians Guild to register participants. Please go give your name at once. No, I would never accuse you of that, Rax. I don't think I have ever been friends with someone who is a prima donna. Most people I know who are friends with me tend to have low opinions of themselves, but I think that's just because I think most people tend to have a low opinion of themselves, just statistically, you know. Greetings, have you come to register? Yeah. Let's do it. My niece yelled at me yesterday for thinking I was not good. She's like, no, you don't deserve to think that. You're a great uncle, and I love you very much. And she gave me, like, the most adorable hug in the world. I actually started crying when she did it. And Sis gave me this look, because Sis has been telling me for literally over a decade at this point that I'm not terrible. And she just looked at me like, are you going to tell your niece that she's wrong? And I'm just sitting there like, ah! Just tears. And then we played some Pokemon Arceus. It was fun. I'm actually tearing up just thinking about it. Anyways. I have a big QA queue. Let's see. Let's filter this out a little bit. So we've got Pika's questions I answered. Dr. Winter's question I answered. Pika's question I answered for a second time. I already answered Blade Terval's questions. Let's push down. There's Disco. Colin Palooza says, thoughts on hot dogs? You know, hot dogs are usually considered garbage food, and I think that's because they usually are garbage food. But have you ever had good hot dogs? Because I have. There's actually a restaurant around here called the Hot Dog Factory, and man, they have some, like, actually really good hot dogs. Proper sausages, proper accoutrements, proper bread, and it's just, oh, wow, this is actually good! Holy crap! Like, you just get some, you know, what's the stupid brand? You just get generic brand here hot dogs in the grocery store in those terrible white buns. Yeah, that's not going to taste good. But you get actual good ingredients, that's going to be some legit stuff right there. But it reminds me of something. I'm going to give a negative... Okay, I want to know your opinion. That's why I haven't done this yet. Do I give a negative for the expansion, or for each zone that screws up the travel Ethernet placement thing? Thoughts? Because I do actually think it's bad design. It's bad overworld design, put simply. Because so far, Heaven's Words is much worse than ARR's was. Is it omnipresent? Well, let's see if we can think of a zone in Heaven's Word that doesn't have this issue. Churning Mists does. The Forelands does. The Dravanian Hinterlands has no fast travel points whatsoever. So, you know. Western Kurthus is the worst. Sea of Clouds is awful, and Oz's Law, well, I'm willing to give this place a little bit of a pass. But, yeah, so, yeah, that's every zone in Heaven's Word has this issue. But that is an interesting question. So let's look at some of the other zones. Because we got, like, this one, which has got its 2 on either side, no less. This one has a couple right there and there. Technically 3. I haven't finished mapping out that zone. That's funny. Let's zip over here. Ruby Sea is eyebrow-raising. The Azim Steppe, that's actually legit right there. And that's even good placement, too. What's that quest? A new path... Oh, right, that's my relic. The hell's that quest? And, of course, we've got over here. Just at a glance, several of these have 3. In fact, most of these have 3. Tempest doesn't, which makes sense. Lakeland is a weird one, but everything else has 3. Oh, no, I'm wrong. The Great Wood doesn't have 3 either. But I'm seeing a consensus to give it to the expansion. So I'm giving Heaven's Word 3 negatives for way too bad overall design. One second, I'm actually curious of something. Forgive my indulgence, one moment. This won't take me long. You can hear some music, because it's Guild Wars 2. Or maybe I muted it. Nope, there it goes. Ah, okay, that's what I thought. So I wanted to, you know me, I like to have hard data. I was curious of the actual distribution. So the zone I'm in right now in Guild Wars 2 has 6 ether crystals. The zone I just did has 5. This one has 5. Yeah, let's zoom up to some of the starter zones and see if they're still bad up here. What do we got? That one has 16. I'm not making that up. Kessex Hills has 16 ether crystals in it. Lion's Arch has 13. That's the capital city. Gendarin Fields has 22. Let's pick a Path of Fire zone. What does Bobby have? 6, which makes more sense. Yeah, I feel like they toned him down a bit later on, but that's because by then mounts had been invented, which makes a bit of sense. But it looks like, yep, that has 6, that is 6, that is 6, that is 3, that has 6, that is 5. Looks like 5 to 6 is pretty much the average. Yep, there's another 6. And there's another 6. That's what I was curious about. I don't have a main in Guild Wars 2. I play whatever I feel like, because a lot of classes are awesome in Guild Wars 2. At the moment, I'm playing my Necro with Reaper build, if you're curious. But I flop around all over the place. So we've registered. Woo, let's prepare for the contest. One of our diners wished to have dessert, but there's nothing to her liking on the menu. She's been sitting there a whole hour, unable to make up her mind. Oh my god, yeah. You ever had customers like that? Because I have. As the guild's foremost culinarian, I believe you'll be able to whip up something to suit her palate. To begin with, inquire after her preferences. I don't blame anyone for dropping Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is actually terrible. It gets better, consistently and persistently. Like, even the latest expansion, which just went live like a couple weeks ago, is still better than Icebrood, which is better than Path of Fire, which is better than Heart of Thorns, etc., etc. All these sweets look too sweet! Oi! Don't rush me. I can't make decisions under pressure. They make a dessert that isn't on the menu. Oh, here's the deal. I can't stand sweet stuff. Stuff makes me want to retch. So, why do you want dessert? Thing is, I've been a man who's perfect in all ways but one. Bloke's got the sweetest tooth this side of Vilbrund. If we're going to work out, I've got to learn to eat sweets, or suppress the urge to gag. That's why I'm here to train myself, so make me something that isn't that sweet. That's actually weirdly sweet. No pun intended. I hear you rightly? She says she doesn't like sweets. Oh, that's bollocks! I'd bet she's just afraid of what she doesn't know. Be gentle. Saw that! Let's feed her something so brazenly sweet it'll blow the skeptic clean out of her. That sounds like a terrible idea. But as it happens, I have exactly that on me. Here you go. Here's an Ishgardian tea and a Samal tart. Do me a favor, put that in the cube later, because that's a good question. This stuff looks sweet as sin. What happened to being gentle? Listen here. Law happens to be one... I love her accent. Happens to be one of Eosia's finest culinarians. You ought to be honored he's cooking for your sorry arse. What's more, you want things to work out with your man or not? Jesus, lady! Alright, I'll try it. As the Lalafellan bullies the Rogadin. Oh god, she's having a sugar rush. Bugger me, that was good! Chestnut wasn't as cloying as I was expecting, and the cream underneath was a pleasant surprise. Just sweet, but not too sweet. Richness, depth, I don't know what the hell it's called. As for the tea, I quaffed it as quick as I drained my ale! And more than that, I don't fear sweets no more, and it's thanks to two of you. Things will work out between me and my man. You done it, Law. You've converted a skeptic. By holding back on the chestnut puree's sweetness, you helped her overcome her irrational fear and introduced her to a whole new world of flavors. Oh, it takes me back. You know, you may have guessed from my colorful language, but I used to be a member of the Sanguine Sirens. Unfortunately, I was prone to seasickness, and it never got better. As a result, I ended up grounded and waitressing for the missing member. First, I loathed the work, hated that my dreams were taken from me, just because I couldn't keep the contents of my stomach where they belong. It was then, wallowing in self-pity, I first tasted Harasi's Tia's cooking. It made me know I was part of something special. It's a shame he became an asshole. Summary, but that is what she said. Beg pardons, the old mannerisms tend to surface when I'm riled up. Any rate, thank you for helping. You're welcome. I'll take your money. Your GP or your HP? Good morning, exclamation mark. I'm sorry that you didn't get any sleep last night, period. Did you at least enjoy chatting? Guild toss. Ha ha! You gotta hear this. That bastard is depressed, ain't it, Grand? Captain bade him invent a new kind of soup, so he goes off to make a fancy all-chilled porridge. When it's ready, he serves it to her, smug as you please, but the instant she tastes it, her face goes dark and says, "What is this slop? Oh, it was glorious!" Unfortunately, my pleasure was short-lived, for the captain then fixed her gaze on me! Ordered me to think up a pipe-and-hop suit, fairly barking as she did so. And until we make her something to her satisfaction, I fear she'll remain in a foul mood. Though she has her place, the captain often dines at the Bismarck in secret. I dare say Master Linkseth has a good grasp of her preference. Could you go check it out for me? Sure. Alright, let's pull through the queue here. So, Disco says, when you could go for some good McDonald's. Do you mean the Platonic school of philosophy, or a more Epicurean viewpoint? Do you prefer McDonald's in the comparatively modern philosophy of Immanuel Kant? Well, I do think I speak for everyone when I say that in order to properly have the celery necessary in order to understand the true pedigree of the McDonald's, it requires a certain amount of de la droit, chicle de verre, in order to properly comprehend the very depth, the nature and structure of such squalid food that cannot be perceived in such times and places. And I'm running out of fancy words that I'm misusing on purpose, so I'm just going to move on now. So he wants to enter the contest too, but he doesn't think his chances are good with me around. Captain's hanking for a piping off suit, eh? Oddly surprising. Late the woman's been fair obsessed with this Gordian cuisine. And that's all I can tell you. Okay. Whatever. Umbral Magnus says, do you think the reason the side quests are longer is because they designed the quests in the zone with knowledge that players have access to fight? Absolutely. I do. I think that... Rax mentioned this in chat earlier. I do actually think that there's a bit of... Oh, they've got flying now! So we can spread out without really thinking about what that means. In fairness, WoW... Shoot! Well, I already did it, so WoW did the same thing. WoW made the same mistake. Early on, which is in both BC and Wrath, they designed their zones with flying in mind, but in both cases, it was, they did the exact same thing. They just made nice, big, huge, empty zones with just lots and lots of empty space between them, and it's just terrible. It wasn't until Cataclysm that they actually fixed that crap. Yeah, Storm Peaks is an exception, and frankly, so is Ice Crown. Start the timer over again. God damn it. 1 hour. Trying to set a trap for Carvelan. The plans to lure the bastard over with his favorite dish and ply him with drink. When he lowers his guard, I do for him. I do for him. You've so much as a breathe. What are you doing? You trying to recruit him or sleep with him? Anyways, apparently Carvelan is... hang on. We need the best Ishgardian chef around. Once you got a name, find the fellow, have him teach you how to make traditional Ishgardian soup. I am super... no, I'm gonna be... hey, no, I totally made it. See, so... The reason she challenged me with this, by the way, was not because she thought I, brought up WoW too much or whatever, which is something I've complained about other people doing. It's more the fact that WoW is such a golden standard for MMO design. Just because, if for literally no other reason than because it's been around for 16 years or whatever, right? Successfully. Like, even now, it is still a successful MMO, which is insane to think about. So, in other words, it's like trying to compare... I don't know, a science fiction show without mentioning Star Trek, right? So, that was the nature of the challenge. Try to compare and contrast MMO design without talking about the golden standard. You wish to know the name of the best Ishgardian chef in the land. I struggle to comprehend why you'd ask me this of all questions. Well, here's a bunch of money. Yeah, compare a fantasy work without mentioning Lord of the Rings. That's another good example. Like, you can do it. It takes some work. I find my interest in your motive suddenly waning. It seems unlikely this knowledge can be used to make mischief, so very well. You'll doubtless be familiar with House Durandare. Its head chef is supposed to be the foremost authority of cuisine. Seek him out. You're not going to tell me where he is, even though I just bribed you with someone else's money? So next question. Do I think anime hair colors of the NPCs in FF14 are results of genetics or fashion choices? Oh, totally fashion. I can't show it off on camera, but there's I'm not doing that quest. There's literally a quest in FF14 where you unlock the ability to change your appearance. And I'm pretty sure that's a lore thing. Because everything's a lore thing in 14. Do you think the abundance of magic in the setting makes the food taste better or worse? Both, actually. Now, hear me out for a second. What I think is the range of quality is greater than in real life. Because they've got all the same food problems and benefits we have, but then it can go higher than we can because of magic, right? So... And yeah, in fairness, you could probably eat more things than you can in real life because, you know, magic can make it edible. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. That's why that's a bigger gradient. Ah. See, the problem is I don't think Rax has played any other MMO, so I can't compare anything for you. So, you remember how in STO... You remember how in Asheron's Call... FF11, okay, perfect. So, you know how F11 is garbage? Well, this is not garbage. There we go. Compared to RuneScape. No. I should probably read this out loud. There are many variations of the soup, which people used to make, but the one nearest to my heart is that which dear mother used to make. I was sickly as a child, so she would add copious amounts of vegetables in hopes I would grow strong. Through her cooking, I felt her love, and everything tasted all the better for it. Call me sentimental, but it's my belief love is an essential ingredient in every dish. Nah! Final note, for those Ishgardians of means, beet soup is typically served alongside a Kaiser roll and grilled sweet fish. Thanks for the wine. You're welcome. Well, I just so happen to have these in my backpack. Omega Legion says, I imagine you'll be strangling Moogles in your sleep tonight. Why wait until I sleep? Yeah, this Kaiser roll is not fresh. And this fish, but in all honesty, I actually can't compare it to RuneScape, because I only poked at RuneScape, and it was very much a not-for-me game. This is back in the day, obviously. So I just walked away from it. I've played almost every MMO up to a certain point, at least a little bit, but most of them I just put down because I didn't like them. Like Ion is a good example of an MMO. It's like, hey, oh, this sucks. Okay. You have unlocked flight. Not really. Haha, sucks to be you. Anyways. So. Here's grilled sweet fish. Thank you so much. So this is the dish she'll use to lure Carvalane over with. I know it's about her plan. It's hard not to hear the captain's impassioned rants when you're standing right outside the door. I won't mention it to her. Do you think she's still at it? I don't think anybody actually played Neopets Disco. Going after Carvalane, that is. When will she own up to her feelings? Stubborn as she is, probably never. At any rate, oh god, she did want to sleep with him. Soup's bleeding amazing. Tastes like home, even though I've never tasted it till now. How the hell did you make it? I'm the best chef in the world. Canonically. Let me get this straight. The secret ingredient's love? That sort of makes sense, the way you put it. Coco! Go let Hamasi tea out. No, I want him to master this soup. Aye, aye, Captain. When will that girl own up to her feelings? She's right moony for Hamasi Tia that she's trying to bring him down. Oh, for God's sakes, are both of these women pining after... Oh, my God. I know about her plan. I mean, how couldn't I when she rants about it right outside the door with a voice that'll rake the dead? I don't give two shites about the contest, but I can't help but feel for Mel Coco. She ain't out thought things through. Why am I here? Doubtless you're wondering what became of Captain Rosen's plot. Well, shortly after you left, she invited Carvalane to her ship for dinner. Alas, he was suspicious of her intent from the first and refused to put anything in his mouth. He just sat there poking and prodding his meal. What a bloody waste. For all the talk of offing him, it wasn't a trap at all. We were so proud and stubborn. That's the only news I have to share. Oh yeah, Lynx is looking for you. Okay. Question. Which expansion has the best leitmotif? Keeping in mind I haven't heard the Endwalker one, of course. But I also don't remember. Give a sec. I'm actually torn between Stormbloods and Shadowbringers. I remember getting tired of Stormblood's motif, but honestly, that's probably biased because I was tired of Stormblood in general, so grain of salt on that one. But I do, as I'm listening to it in my head right now, I do positively recall Stormblood's motif. So make of that what you will. So one of those two, I think. Right, sorry, we're the judge! We got... The man's loved meat since he was a young pirate, but age has taken its toll. He doesn't have any teeth left. So, I want you to cook him something that's meaty but tender. Cockatrice meatballs. You got it! Pull out of my bag. There you go. I'm sorry, I know I keep repeating the joke, but I'm just endlessly amused about the fact that I just have all this cooked food in my bag ready to go. I'm stupid. What do you want from me? Welcome to the Bismarck, Master de la Monde. Honored by your visit. I've got some very fresh cockatrice. Yeah, on plates, just ready to go. Here you go. You must be Lynx's foremost student. I heard much and more about your exploits, but you're in the midst of serving a customer. Pray, do not mind me. Yeah, the bag of convenience. I'm super using that at some point. How do you like it, old friend? So tender it crumbles in my mouth, but it's still everything I love about meat. The taste, the texture, the juiciness. I love meat! Sorry. I'm happy he enjoys it. So the total opposite of meat disco. I don't mind the motif for either, but Heavensward's motif is nice. But there's actually only two songs I really like it in. We've heard one of them already. We haven't heard the other one yet. I'm actually curious when it's going to play, because I know the song exists. It's been playing in my head for about a week. He was the captain of his own ship back in the day. Strong as an ox, too, but age robbed him of his strength and most of his teeth, and he couldn't eat all the stuff he loved no more. Yep. Seeing him happy like that brings a tear to my eye. Thank you, Lol. You're welcome. Pleased that all is smooth sailing at the Bismarck. Master de la Monde, it's been a while. I was told you'd be visiting this day, and I wish to pay my respects. If it isn't the reigning champion, you surpassed all expectations last time. I fully expect you will do so again. Then who do you think you're fooling with that false modesty? You're participating in the de la Monde all too. Do us a favor. Don't bother preparing a speech. You won't get a chance to use it. Yes. Why, you arrogant. Lord's the guild's best culinarian, I'll have you know. You've got nothing on him. So law competes for the honor of the guild. That's all well and good, but how about we compete for something more tangible, like the restaurant? That's extremely stupid. I think you're right, Rex. But if you lose, you've got to swear to give up being a culinarian. Why? Those are the dumbest stakes ever. I mean, in universe, those are dumb stakes. Yeah, I wager the restaurant versus you giving up your career. What? And I'm gonna beat him? You can't beat me! You literally are incapable! I didn't imagine that, did I? Belcoco wagering the Bismarck on your winning? I'm saying I don't believe in you, but this place isn't yours to wager. Yeah, it's problem one. Yes, you must never assemble a sandwich ever again! I'll know. I'll be watching. Where's the next step? Oh, there it is. Delicious steaks. Roll, roll, roll. Is it really, Tim? I believe you. I believe you. Like, is there... Of course there is. There's got to be cooking animes, right? Is this a thing in cooking animes? Is this a thing that happens? I will cook the most amazing rice dish you've ever seen, and if I fail, I will give up being a chef forever. No. But if you do succeed, then you will win this restaurant. What? Oh, whatever. Let's go crush him like a bug. In case you didn't know, Master Delamon is notoriously difficult to impress. In the entire history of the contest, no one's ever been awarded 10 points. Even respected chefs only get 4. This time I believe it'll be a 2-chocobo race between you and Nasitia. Now then, before you do aught else, we need the particulars. Okay. I mean, you know me, I like a good low-tier mundane story, so the idea of a story about cooking actually kind of appeals to me. But then again, I was always intrigued by the idea of that tennis anime, which I forget the name of. I've only seen like an episode of it. Gary shared an episode with me. Prince of Tennis, that's the one. So this is an older one. This is years ago. There you are. According to the registry, you are our final contestant. This year, the main ingredient is meat. It matters not what kind. This will be used in the main course. You must also present an appetizer and a dessert. As for the theme, it is hospitality. Prepare your dishes in the spirit of this theme. Okay. Done! I like that idea, Tim. Horrifically. I mean, that's just Tron, but with cooking, isn't it? Cooking is in session. Cooking is in session. Oh no! What? I burned the thing! Ah! Derezzed. What? Okay, there's actually a cooking... So there's 7,000 cooking competition shows. But one that my sister introduced me to, which amused me, I can't remember what it's called, so I'm hoping someone knows what I'm talking about. It's Bad Cooks. It's specifically... So they have a chef and a presenter and a guest presenter. And they specifically get people who are bad at cooking. And they give them some ludicrously difficult challenge. And then they try to see which one does the least bad version of it. And it's actually... The whole point of the show is to watch the people fail miserably at... you know, these insane... And they actually have the real chef make the actual dish. It's like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Oh, okay. My favorite one was there was this person... so they had dry beans to help with the cooking phase. I forget the exact specifics, but it was like you had dry beans, which weren't supposed to be cooked with it. They were there to help, like, layer it, and then you'd remove the beans, and then you'd cook it, right? Well, they cooked the dry beans with it. And so the person's eating this chunk of cake, and there's just this loud audible crack, and they're like, what is that? And there's just a dried baked bean in the middle of the cake. Meat and hospitality. Bugger, this is a tough one. The main ingredient is as broad as they come, and the theme is abstract. It worries me you're the last contestant. Among other things, Master Delamont is famous for his bottomless stomach, but even he would be hard-pressed to keep his appetite whetted after endless plates of meat. I suppose we'll have to trust his objectivity. I'm going to make something to aid digestion. In this case, mushrooms. Yes, a morsel salad. What do you do for the main course? Texture. And then we shall, of course, do simple dish, simple flavor. And I hope those are the things I have on me. Because if they're not, then I'm going to hit the auction house. Hang on. See if I can just find it here. Worst cooks in America? Is that it? No, that's not it. Although apparently there's a show called The Worst Cooks in America. So apparently it's not a unique idea. What's the name of that cooking show you showed me with the terrible cooks who have no idea what they're doing? Question mark. I think it's actually Nailed It. I think you're right. Because then they go, nailed it, and it's awful. Yep, it's Nailed It. That's the one. God, oh God, those are so terrible. Anyways, I have my dishes, right? Oh, thank God. Okay. I don't know. They've been really slow to even acknowledge that esports are a thing, Tim. So who knows? So this is it. The big moment. It's me versus Moron. The Master versus the Mendicant. Master Delamont will never award a perfect 10. It would be tantamount to declaring his legend has been surpassed. Not a decision to be made lightly. That actually looks pretty good. For, you know, low-res PS2 stuff. Without further ado... Yeah, who knew people actually like interactivity, Velveters? Congrats, by the way, Death Eagle. I meant to say congrats the last time you popped in and said that, and I spaced, and I apologize. Obviously, it was less than day 18, but... Mr. Delamont, the score, if you would. 8 points. Winning victory goes to... Wait, 9 points? We have a tie at the highest score ever awarded. 10 points. What? Okay. That got a grin. I'll admit it. I even knew we were going to get a 10, and that's still... The way they did that was amusing. Can this be? You were shaking your head. It was not out of disappointment, I assure you. I was simply coming to terms with reality. The reality that a Culinarian has finally appeared who surpasses me. I told you, I'm the best in the world, canonically. And so is everyone else who's a level 90 Culinarian. What in the world am I looking at? Oh my god. Okay. First of all, the appetizer. After a long day of judging, the mushrooms helped to absorb the grease that had collected in my stomach, giving it new lease on life, an act of consideration worthy of the most devoted of mothers. Which is why I picked that, actually. What?! Then came the main course, sinking my teeth into the breading, delightfully light and crisp. Why is that not a mount? My tongue was greeted with a harmony of flavors, which burst forth from the succulent cut of Okanese beneath. That great love went to making it tender and plain to my senses. Why are there Moogles? Oh my god, Moogles taste sweet! Proof! Proof! Finally, dessert. Truth be told, by this time I was ripe to burst. But compact as I was, I could comfortably squeeze in the Marin glace, whose concentrated sweetness served as the perfect accent to a wonderful meal. From the first bite to the last, I felt the spirit of hospitality. And that's why they're sweet, because they eat sweets. Yeah, they just taste like cotton candy. Okay, this is getting a plus. This is adorable. Look at him! Look at him! In the end, it was Lore's interpretation of the theme which divided him from the field. Rather than striving to astonish with his handiwork, he kept the diner foremost in his mind. Yeah, you were right, Rai. You were right. I'm guessing this is the one you were thinking of. Consideration worthy of the most devoted mother. This is something you learned through the Ishgardian beet soup. And, you know, having a brain. It seems like you made the Okanese specially tender by marinating it, like when you made the cockatrice meatballs for my friend. Masa Tia, your dishes were magnificent, make no mistake. None could doubt great skill went into their creation, but you suck. Go die in a fire. More so than a thing to be created, food is a thing to be eaten. You had forgotten this, and it made all the difference. Okay, I know most of you haven't watched My Little Pony, and it's to your detriment, let me trust you. But there's an episode all about cooking. And they go to this place which has, like, it's this big old dish, and the food is like this, and really, really fancy, and they're just like, ugh, this is all bland and gussed up, and it takes lots and lots of work and effort to bake, but it's this, you know? And then they go to an Indian restaurant. They don't call it Indian, but it's an Indian restaurant. It's like, food! And that's the vibe I'm getting here. In this case, I'm the Indian, and he's the, you know, everyone else. As promised, I'll give up being a Culinarian. You know, if you want, I could just kill you. It might be simpler. Oh yeah, it's any good Indian place is like that. Food! Ugh. Is there an Indian place that delivers here right now? No reason, I'm just curious. You know, she's like, no, wait. Let's see here. Congratulations and thank you. For the first time in a long while, I've tasted food that satisfied not only my senses, but my soul. I look forward to seeing you again, not as judge and contestant, but as peer. I mean, maybe they do Mike Kamano, but I've never encountered that. Then again, I've been blessed by encountering no less than 3 really good Indian restaurants in my life. One of which is actually about an hour from here, but it's still, it's near here. Ooh. Aw, they don't deliver. No, they don't have a delivery option. No. My heart. My heart. The Bismarck's safe, thanks to you. If Melcoco puts the same stuff again, I'm throwing her off the deck. Speaking of the girl, might as well check up on her. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, you suck, Pillars of Snow. I've decided to kill Pillars of Snow. And replace them! And then I, too, shall have delicious Indian food. Yeah, that's true. I've never been to India. And until I conquer the world, I'm probably not going to. I'm just going to walk up to India like, hey, we cool? They're like, yeah, we're cool. And boom, India conquered. You can't just give up. Really, Rax? That's interesting. I do actually like Vietnamese myself. But you're the one who wanted me to. You made me swear it. I only did it because you were shirking your duties. I wanted the old Mossy B back. The one who'd work at his cooking every waking moment. Fool of a Lalafell, I was shirking so I could prepare for the cooking in secret. I didn't want to betray a hint of effort to my rivals. The unassailable champion, that's the aura I wanted to exude. Maybe stop being a dick about it. So dreamy. I mean, I beg you, don't give up on cooking. Just go... How would they have sex? You know what? I'm never going to think about that again. Anyways, why is she wearing frickin' Ida's shorts? Captain, if you're pinned, I would beg leave of your services. No. This adventurer possesses something I do not. Yeah, it's called a brain. Brawny? I must leave your side for a while. Melly belly, but on my honor, I swear I'll return and make you proud. I know you will, Mossy B. I'll be waiting for you forever and a day. They never see each other again. Yes, delicious food. Finally, some peace and quiet. Ugh. Yeah, go away, Captain. I owe you an apology, Lars. Wrong of me to embroil you in my personal affairs. But it wasn't too bad. You were a positive influence on Mossy and me. Yep, this is all nice, but honestly, the culmination has already happened. So stop ruining it. Story positives. Culinarian. +2 story. Okay, yes, the cat boy went back to his home planet and died. Any questions? Let's do fishing, shall we? Fish. Here, bug. Twittermites. Let's see here. Has this quest changed your answer on the Moogles or Namazu question? No, Namazu are still worse than Moogles. They're the worst. Namazu must all die. All of them. Time I was on my way, another pint of Baderon's Peculiar, and I like to fall asleep in the snow. Oh, hello. Is there anything I can assist you with? Yeah, I'm supposed to give you this rod. Goodness, is that my rod? I left it in the Fisherman's Guild. Dear me, I was having so much fun catching up with an old friend, I forgot all about my most faithful companion. I thank you for coming out of the way to return it to me. Are you a member of the guild? I don't remember seeing you at the Fisherman's Bottom. Yeah, I'm new here, and not also the best fisher in the universe, canonically! Good show! It's always a pleasure to speak with a fellow fish fanciers. Tell me, what's your biggest catch so far? A shark. You caught a Maslin Marlin. Hold on a moment. You're not Lore, are you? Yeah. Pleasure to meet you. If you're ever in the area, you must visit me and go fishing. So far, the Culinarian quests have actually been pretty legit consistently. You notice that was the first crafter chain that didn't involve doing, go to this city. Hang on. God damn it, I can't even do it right. Go to this city, then 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 go to this city. I think that's the first crafter chain that hasn't involved that. We went to Ishgard once, and that's it. So Culinarian's even better on the gameplay axis. Anyways, time to go to another city here. Let's see here. So, Robostal asks, how much are the Moogles giving you PTSD? Zacktef says, I sent you a vid of Mr. Fantastic's voice from Light, which is James Rayner. What do you think? Oh, well, obviously I haven't heard it, so I can't speak to that. To be continued on that one. Let's go here. Yes, I look forward to playing Elden Ring, having everyone tell me I suck, as they always do, and giving it negatives and getting yelled at for it. Ahem. Are all the jobs that haven't gotten a game... Okay, I understand the question. Velvedrick says, have all the jobs that haven't gotten a gameplay plus or minus washes or pending? At the moment, they're actually all pending, with the exception of Culinarian. Culinarian is actually the first wash we've encountered. The others are all negative. The only question is how many negatives. Crystal Tower, Tim. The trio of Alliance raids in ARR. Lore, you came! Welcome warm welcome to Ishgard. Oh, combat jobs. Yeah, we're done with combat jobs. So those are all washes. They're all gone. Forever. Forever, never, never. As warm as it gets up here, anyway. You ready to learn about my favorite fishing holes? It'll soon be the end of stormy season in Kurthus. Gameplay-wise, Rex? Although, if we're being honest, Culinarian being a wash in gameplay does make it better than the others. Consistently. I'm sorry, I have not been impressed from the gameplay angle of most of the crafter quests. Story is hit or miss, but the gameplay has been consistently bad. So many of these stupid things. Ah, I'd like to be a fish. Let's go to the Cloud Sea. So, have you ever heard of a fish called the ice pick? They have a kick, but what? They have a kick like a Mylodon and the wits to give a fisherman a challenge, but cut them into goujons and fry them till they're golden, and they're just the thing to take away the taste of Gillibrand's best brown. Well, a shoal of beauties has been sighted, so I'll meet you at the Falcon's Nest. Okay. Let's see here. Questions. What would you say is the best... Ah, right. I asked you to put that in the cube, interval. And I'm gonna hold off on that. So don't let me forget. And by which I mean, obviously, I'm just gonna save it in the queue. There goes my legs. Didn't need those. Oh, Laura, you're finally here. I was afraid I'd missed you. Tell you the truth, this young lady has just returned from the fishing hole. I'll explain in a second, but allow me to introduce Laura, meet Reyna, a fellow fishing enthusiast. We've only just met ourselves. She was passing by when I spotted the rod, strapped her back, and introduced myself. Reyna had heard about the ice pick sighting too, and after a bit of mutual rod rattling, we decided to have a competition. Sorry we didn't wait for you, but you know how hot-headed we fishers can be. No, I don't. Of course, I wish I had waited now. By the time I'd managed to catch my first decent-sized pick, she'd already had a brace in the net. How embarrassing for you in your own stamping grounds. Well, I'd never been to that fishing hole in my life, yet the fish were practically throwing themselves out of the water for me. Kick me while I'm down, why don't you? I demand vengeance! Yeah, leave it to me! We need to have a fishing anime. Everyone in chat. There's a fishing anime. Anyways, check it out. I happen to have some ice picks on me. Dump the fish out. 3 ice picks. Everyone a beauty. How do you like that, Reyna? Who's laughing now? What? Can't believe you beat my record. Alright, I'll admit it. You're a better fisher than me. And thrice as good as him. I may have lost the contest, but it's been wonderful to meet you both. I thought I was the only one who spent her days traveling the realm, taking out what jobs I can to fuel the fishing habit. But now I know there's at least 2 more Epicureans in the world. I think it's a wrong usage of that word. So you're a real angling addict, huh? No doubt you could tell some tales that would set our fish-fancying hearts aflutter. Of course, least I could do. The winner of the competition should have a reward, after all. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to this tale, but there's a certain story going the rounds in Dravania that you might find interesting. Not so long ago, there was a chocobo hunter who found a wounded fish on the shore of the sea clouds. A Moogle, known to the fishermen of the realm over as the Manta of the Skies. What? A hook was through its lip, an unattended rod at its side. The hunter took up the rod and freed the fish, but as soon as he did so, the spirit scooped him in its fins and swept him away to an island above the clouds. Not knowing where he was or how to get home, he dropped a line into the clouds while he waited rescue. Within moments, there was a jerk on his line, and he pulled out a strange fish covered in spines. A few more minutes of fishing, he'd had enough of the thing to spell out, "Help," in Cloudkin. This message was spotted by a passing airship, and the fellow was saved. What do you think? Chocobo hunters tell to their children as a bedtime story, but I think there's more to it than that. Anyway, I can't just sit around chatting while there's work to be done. We must go sky fishing, which I actually think we don't have it unlocked yet. I think it's class or quest related. I knew it! I knew there'd be fishing enemies. These strange fish, the chocobo hunter public pounds. I think I have an idea where they were. The Ishgardian nobility used to harvest them for their poison. So much so they drove them to extinction. That's a weirdly tiny little bit of world building just slid under the rug. Did you catch that? The Ishgardian nobility used to harvest a fish for their poison, so much so they drove them to extinction. Think about that. Here, Laura, take some of these. The noblemen used their bait into hooks and... I can now skyfish. Woo! Where's my next quest? Where is my next quest? Thankfully, I've got this button. Let's see. So, thoughts on Gabagool. I have no idea what that is. On a range of 1 to 5, how would you say each expansion explores the diversity of cultures? So they do a really good job with Ishgard. So, we'll give Ishgard a 4. Stormblood, I'm going to go with a 3 on that. Because while there is really good stuff there, it's actually kind of isolated. Like, some of it's good, and some of it's just kind of there. Frankly, Stormblood does a better job of showing what it's like to be a conquered state than it does actually examine the cultures of said conquered. And then we have Shadow, which I'm going to give a 2 or a 1. One of those two. Because there's very little of that stuff in Shadow. And then in Endwalker, obviously it's a 15 because I haven't played it yet. Good to see you, Lore. I hate to foist this on you, but can I ask you a favor? That girl, she sent a message saying she needs an experienced angler. She's been trying her hand a little chocobo hunting. She didn't go into details, but it seems problems cropped up that only a master fisher can solve. ARR does more to examine its culture outside of ARR than inside of ARR, and that's my thoughts on that. I should probably mention that for me, a 5 would be something that really goes above and beyond, which I don't think any MMO does. Not even Guild Wars 2, which does a lot of that stuff too. A LotRO. LotRO would probably come closest to a 5 on that scale. But, I mean, LotRo's cheating because, right? Like, they've basically got a textbook for doing that in LotRo. Finally. Where's us? He's not with you? Nah, he didn't come. Didn't think he was up to the challenge, huh? Well, at least he had the good sense to send along a suitable replacement. You're thrice the fisherman that great galoot is. Thanks. For the past few years, it's been coming to tail fair for the start of hunting season. It's dangerous work and it has its rewards. Why? Just a few weeks of chocobo hunting can keep a girl in balloon bugs for the rest of the year. After a long day's hard work, there's nothing I like better to head to the riverbank and catch a few carp for hunter's supper. Problem is, someone let a school of carnivorous catfish loose in the river and they're running riot. At this rate, they'll gobble up every fish in this river before the season's out. I've convinced the hunters to catch these monsters before it's too late, but they've had no luck so far. It's no surprise, really. Half of them don't even know which bit of the tackle to throw in the water. That's where you come in. Okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Looks like Steady's away with the fairies again. I'll keep an eye on him. Yeah, sure, he's playing FF8, I got it. Let's see. Umbral Magma says, which raids do you think should be mandatory like Crystal Tower? Yeah, see, the problem here is my very first thought is COIL. But making COIL mandatory is a terrible idea. COIL would need a massive overhaul to be feasible for mandatory status, right? Also, apparently I'm the absolute apex of angling. Okay. Oh, sure, let me catch some fish here. Like, you get it, right? Like, COIL is such an obvious pick for a mandatory thing, because it's so main plot relevant in so many ways. But yeah, I just... that doesn't feel like a good answer there. Other than that, I'd say none of them. Oh, don't mistake me, there's good story in all of them, but most of them are fairly self-contained and honestly serve well as being self-contained. COIL is one of the few that is MSQ. It is core MSQ. Now, obviously the others are still meat, right? They're still core content. That's not what I'm saying. COIL's is MSQ. It's book quest, right? Anyways, I got these fish for you. No, Valvedrix. Yeah, exactly, Tim. The Chocobo Hunter saw everything, did they? Lure you choose, how you set the line, folklorist. Excellent! I've taught a person to fish, so they can fish for a lifetime. I've exhausted my supply of fascinating fish stories. How about you, Stenny? Any exciting tales of angling and adventure? Nope, he's with the fairies. Your reward is nothing! Or maybe we have a story. Long ago, when my granddad's granddad was but a boy, he met with this traveling trader who'd come over from the Far East to flog his wares. Among this merchant stock was a bucket of wriggling red worms that seemed to glow with heat. Naturally, the boy asked what they were all about. "Them's magma worms, my son," the merchant said, or some such Far Eastern patter as makes no difference. "Back where I come from, the fisher folk use them as bait. Hook 'em to a steel line, drop 'em in a volcano, and you'll pull up a fish the likes of which you've never seen." "Of course," he said, "it's a dangerous game fishing in a pool of molten rock. One false move and you're coming up all crispy. Still, there are many in the East who'll risk life and limb to make it a business. We call them famous hell fishers, or so my great-great-granddad was told." What a story! Could there be fish live in lava? I want to catch one. How would the... anything survive that? Like, the fish surviving that I could believe, but the hook and the line and the rod and you and Star Trek Online. Thank you for watching my show. Plug in. Give me a moment. I'll jot that one down. Here. I don't mean to be persnickety, but that sounds terrifying in every way. Remember that episode of Farscape where he's got a barrier that keeps him alive in lava, but it only activates when it gets shot, so he has to keep shooting himself to make sure that he doesn't burn alive in the lava. It reminds me of that. Just keep shooting the fishing pole. So, judging from that satisfied smile on your face, I'd say you'd manage to solve the problem. I knew you could do it. Oh, you have something? Ask. Red glowing worms? You're not going to believe it, but I've got a few of these magma worms right here in my pocket. A pair of adventurers were here earlier. A botanist and a miner selling diggings. I bought a few wrigglers that fit the description. Oh yeah, that episode actually scared the hell out of me. And they were playing it for jokes, but the whole time I'm just freaking out like, oh my god. That would be absolutely terrifying. You remember the first time he tried it out and he's like, which pinky do I want to lose? Yeah. I thought they make decent fishing bait, but it turns out they're not cut out for the cold. As soon as they hit the water, they turn hard as a rock. Anyway, here you go. Thanks for the uselessness. I'm going to delete these in front of you. Or not, because they're somewhere. Yeah, they are. You see these? Discard. Uh-oh. Something suspicious is happening. Something terrifying. Your timing is impeccable as ever. We got a bit of a problem. This gentleman is from, House Rouge Carp. Rouge Carp? I've known him since I was a boy. The problem is home isn't looking so homely anymore. It started when the Lord of Rouge Carp passed away. By all laws and customs, control of the estate passed in the hands of the eldest of the two sons because we follow primogeniture here, because we're backwards and stupid. But the fellow is away on travels and has little interest in returning to the estate. Of course, he officially renounced his title, or turns up dead. Someone else has to take charge of the affairs, hence the younger brother, the late Lord's second son, has assumed control as Lord Regent. But the boy is a dunderheaded fool, where his Lord Father was respected by the small folk for generous and just rule. The egotist rules only for himself, terrorizing the populace with increasingly outlandish demands. Take my friend here. For many years he's worked as a manor's head for the chef, feeding that monster from the day he slipped the breast, but even that hasn't been enough to spare him from his new master's spite. The Lord Regent plans to hold a banquet to welcome an envoy from the Holy See, and has demanded to be served a platter of letter puffer, a fish that's been extinct for years. And should my friend fail to provide the fish, his head will grace the platter in its place. Laura, I beg of you, catch one of these letter puffers. It's a matter of life or death. You. Or, hang on. Switches class to Dragoon. I'll deal with the Lord. I'll get you some other fish. How's that sound? Maybe ninja? I don't know, we'll figure it out. So what was the worst part of doing the ARR relic? So everyone says the books was the worst part. Would you believe the books was not the worst part for me personally? I mean, there's lots of bad parts about the ARR relic, but the part I remember most irritating was the materia part. Because you just have to dump, I think it's like 70 materia? It's some ridiculous amount of materia on this item. And you know how the menus are in this game, so it's just menu, materia, yes. And by the way, you have to do certain types of materia and certain grades of materia, and you have to do it in order, too. So it's like this one, and then this one. I was also going to mention the fates, which, as we've discussed before, are random. And, of course, there are the books, because the books sucked. Then there's my favorite part, where you have to do 3 dungeons, and then 3 dungeons, and then 3 dungeons. Now, in case you're not missing that, you can't just do all 9 dungeons. You have to do the 3 dungeons, and then go turn in, and then get the next step, then do 3 dungeons, and then blah, 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 blah. And it's basically doing every freaking dungeon in the game in that step. It's just... Ugh. What can I do for you, Laura? Oh yeah, by the way, when I say all the dungeons, it's worth noting that it's like there's a 50 dungeon, a middle level dungeon, and a low level dungeon. And it's like, why? Anyways, so we're gonna go find these letter puffers. Yep. They're gonna poison us. We've already actually talked about the poison. And now, you have a quest? What is this quest? Okay. And yeah, it'd be easier to do some of those steps nowadays. It's just, ugh. The whole thing is just so goddamn tedious. And yeah, the books, so someone mentioned the fates. I should mention that there's actually several fates steps, but one of them is, of course, in the books step. And I've already mentioned how some of those fates are just the worst. Just the worst. Ah, Asselin, the adventurer arrives with alacrity. Lore, this fellow you must follow. He is learned in lore and wise in the way of worms. Okay, why am I talking with this guy? I am called Asselin, and I am deemed learned in lore. That is to say, I study legends throughout Eorzea. Legends of what common man might call giant fishy things. I recently came across an ancient document which made reference to something called the Nepto dragon. I should explain that by dragon, the ancients probably meant fish. Or possibly a shrubbery of unusual coloring. It's usually one or the other. But my Nepto dragon was no plant, for the Book of 3 notes it was twice man's size. That's to say, twice as long as a Hura is tall, and tore through hulls of trading ships with its mighty teeth. Did it live? Does it still? One thing is for certain, if I ever find its home waters, it will not be I who hauls the monster out of its depths. I haven't the fortitude. To clarify, I fear water. Greatly. Even standing on this pier tests my will to its limits, but that's why I'm here, that I may petition the aid of one such as yourself who harbors no such fear. Terrifically told and totally true. He came from Wallawago, this learner of lore. But fie, he found this fisher had faults. Too old am I to make this monster of myth. Though I do think that I'm not too completely diminished by my dotage. Or do you doubt it? I thought to myself, lore's a game one game guppy, the best of the bunch, barring myself by the bream. Now then, to the old ones. I saw that flinch and the furtive flitting of fingers to some folksy charm. I didn't do anything like that. Suffice to say, I speak of fish grown great in gloomy green depths. You've heard chatters of wily wizards of water, I'm sure. But chatting is not catching. More fishers have heard the history than hooked the hidden heavyweights. Oh. Now, what this learner of lore tells is true. The Snepto Dragon will need a fisher who can fish an old one to order. So it falls to you to prove prowess. Pretty please. You've caught your share of these old ones, have you? Was that a quip or a question? Quick query to yourself, if you please. Why even ask when the answer is clear? Of course I've caught an old one. Notice I stress the singular. Even the master fisher in all of Eorzea finds the old ones a heaving handful of hell. Where to begin? Where to begin? The Titanic sawfish, an enigma to entertain an even eclectic expert. It enjoys a certain infamy in its immediate environment, shall I say. Other fish of its fraternity flip their fins and flee from it. You can find Titanic sawfish in Cape Westwind. You must mooch the monster if you're primed to pull it, and our cultured companion will couch his corrections. Now, ready the reel, coddle the creel, use a lugworm, and catch a Merlthor goby. Yeah, I'm super not doing this, by the way. I'm not doing that 5-step chain to catch this thing. So there's that quest. And abandon. There we go. Okay, cool. Moving on. Yeah, it's that immediately just set off my waste of time alarm in the back of my head there. It's fun to read, but nope. By the way, guess where we are? It's hell. It's just hell. There is nothing but hell. For a puffer, Moguk's the Moogle for you. He's a dyed-in-the-fur fishing fanatic. Okay. A Moogle fishing fanatic actually sounds kind of cute. Think about it. I mean, they can fly, right? Let's see. Disregarding my own inclination towards PvE with friends and others, should it be available to complete important story raids on your own without having to be overleveled and geared? Yes. I know. The counter-argument, the usual counter-argument is, but it's an MMO! And that counter-argument is stupid, and doesn't actually take into account any of the actual complexities or realities of playing a video game with other people. Obviously, the ideal should be able to play with other people, and indeed even do so, but the availability to do it solo should exist, IMO. See Guild Wars 1 for a good example. Yeah, you thought I was going to slip again, didn't you? Stay away. I've got a rod. I'm not afraid to use it. Hold on. You look like an Elazon, but you smell like a fish! There we go. A fellow fisherman looking for a letter puffer. Why didn't you say so? Any angler obsessive enough to come all the way up here just for a fish is a friend of mine. I hate you. Those letter puffers are alive and well here in the churning mist. Well, I caught myself one a few moons ago. It looks so delicious, I ate it right then and there. Never again. The fish aren't just toxic, they're tricky, too. I've only ever managed to catch one. Even that was an accident. A terrible bowel-twisting accident. Right. Well, as it happens, I happen to have this one on me right here. A fantastic fisherman! Yeah, I thought so, too. Never thought I'd see one of those letter puffers again. It's a big one, too. Fish like that would make a banquet fit for a king, let alone a Lord Regent. Just make sure the chef removes the insides first. You don't want to end up with letter puffer poisoning. Or do we want him to be poisoned? Long ago, there was an empire who had mastery of magic and made a whole continent rise up to the skies, and people who put it there might be long gone, but the island's still there, and it's full of fish! Some of the magic has spilled out on the surface and formed into strange etherochemical pools. Rumor has it that fish in the spills feed on fiend worms. Huh. If you ever find your way up there, you should try a hand at ether fishing. Sure. I'm not even going to question that one. Agreed, Tim. I mean, again, designing trusts is a problem because they didn't design the system that way to begin with. Not that I'm blaming them for that. But it's clear that they're trying to, you know, or not that trying to, they are jury-rigging the trust system as a concept, never mind in execution, so I'm imagining that it's a fairly large amount of work to get any trust dungeon working. It's probably why they're doing it piecemeal. How goes the hunt? Yeah, make sure to don't remove its innards when you cook it. Very important. Here you go, Chef. Chef. One fresh letter puffer. Be careful you don't cut open the venom sac while preparing the platter. We'll want to save that poison for the Lord Regent's poison. Potion. Whoa! Whoa! I was kind of kidding. Hang on, let me read that because I kind of stumbled there. Don't cut open the venom sac while preparing the platter. We'll be wanting to save that poison for the Lord Regent's portion. Don't worry, it won't kill him. Aww. It'll just lay him low for a few days, and if you're afraid of arousing his wrath, don't be. Just slip away as soon as the food is served. I'll protect you. Thank you, my lord. I do believe you will. But it's not only I who needs protection. The people are suffering. You must come back and claim your rightful inheritance. I thought I told you to keep quiet about that. Looks like the curl's out of the bag. I don't suppose there's any reason to hide. Yep, the so-called Lord Regent who's terrorizing the small folk, he's my younger brother. Ever since he was a boy, he dreamed of one day taking control of House Rouge-Carp. I knew that I stood to inherit it, and he hated me for it. That's why I went away, so my brother's dream could be realized and I could devote my days to fishing free from the burden of lordship. But thanks to my brother's folly, that dream is over. My friend, I have made my decision. No longer shall you have to suffer at the hands of that tyrannical fool. This time it is he who will suffer, thanks to the power of fishing, somehow. Seriously, how are we going to do this? How are we going to fish this guy out of office? I'm really curious where we're going to go with this. Yep. Ether fishing, blah, blah, blah. Here's some useless bait and some useless materia. Fishing limit break. So let's see what this is. Beat him with my fishing rod. Leave, punk. Office, punk. How's the fish been biting? I've had so much of my platter recently with preparation to return to my ancestral home. I haven't had a chance to... Huh? Oh, hello. Something I need to speak with you both about. It's your brother. He's asked me to assassinate you. Don't worry. I told him I wouldn't do it. After all, if I killed you, who would I beat in our fishing competitions? What in the world are you talking about? I know full well my brother might want me dead, but why would he ask you to kill me? I told you what I do for a living, didn't I? Travel the realm, taking on jobs to fuel the fishing habit. What kind of job do you think I was talking about? Chocobo wrangling, basket weaving, stints at a bar wench? Never mentioned you were a professional assassin. That's true. I specialize in taking my marks down with poison arrows. I remember how you had your brother eat the puffer poison. Seems he's keen to give you a dose of your own medicine right in the heart. It isn't just revenge he wants. He's afraid of me. That's why he's been making unreasonable demands of those who know me well, driving them from their homes, threatening them with death. He's trying to get rid of all who might oppose his regency. Well, as long as he's focused on his efforts on harming me and not my people, I can rest easier. There's just one problem that remains to be solved. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not just you he's planning to harm. I overhear that he's planning a new irrigation project in your house estate. At least that's what he calls it. He's going to fill in the fishing ponds just to spite you. What? That lowlife can order my friends to put poisoned arrows in my heart all he likes, but I'll never forgive him if he dares damage my family's fishing holes. Lord, we haven't a moment to lose. Will you aid me in casting out my brother? There's only one thing I can be sure of claiming my inheritance. I must present the Rouge-Carp ring, the ancient treasure of my house, passed down from father to son since time immemorial. Unfortunately, I dropped it in the Sea of Clouds, and I gotta go fish it up. I gotta go fish a ring out of a river. Call it precious. There may be a way to reclaim it. As I watched the ring descend into the mist, a cloudfish flew by and swallowed it whole. The ring is highly distinct. Blood-red jewel, leaping carp, symbol of my house. If anyone was to catch the fish, the tale of the ring's discovery would surely spread far and wide. Perhaps your Dravanian Moogle friend? No. I don't want to go back. Don't make me go back. That sounds awesome, Blade Traval. Instead of dynamite fishing, you just go with the Magitek armor. This sounds so goddamn much. Tim says you were transported FF14 as that person, minus the immunity being tempered. Would you still become an adventurer? No, because I don't have an immunity being tempered. If I'm not a Star Destroyer, I'm not going to get into the adventuring gig. It's all power, none of it. Popo, you looking for a ring? Wouldn't have to have a shiny red jewel with a picture of a fish, would it? Yeah. I was filleting one of the fish I caught for supper. I learned my lesson about eating fish whole. How do you eat? When a ruby ring fell out of its belly, seeing how shiny it was, I found it and realized someone must have used it as a lure. Anyways, truth is, I don't have it anymore. A few days ago, I was fishing from the floating island. Before I knew it, I drifted all the way to Abalathia. So, you had a fishing contest with a Moogle in Abalathia, lost, and lost the ring as a consequence. And yes, Moogles are apparently snakes. And I saw a snake eat an elephant recently, and that's just terrifying. World? Moguk? Moguk? Caught the fish that stole my ring? What a stroke of luck! Yeah, about that. You see what I mean about how all the other crafter quests, even the gather quests, just involve bouncing around like an idiot? Bounce, bounce, bounce. What was today's episode, Ross? Ah! First Flight. Scott Bakula continues to prove that he's a bad actor, but otherwise a decent episode. Good world building. I actually had someone pop up in the comments for the VOD for that, and say, you know, I think you wouldn't rag on his acting if you saw him in a good story. And I'm like, do you realize what you just said? Anyways, apparently we see him fishing, blah, 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 blah. The only way to get there is flying. Yep. So, I hope you have flying by this point. Because otherwise, you literally can't do this quest. Good news, by the way. It looks like I've already done the quests here, because I don't see any. So, yay! I would have liked 1159 a lot better if the dude in that episode was not terrible. I think we've mentioned that before, or we've talked about that before, because the dude was terrible. Excuse me, I'd like to fish with you. Who are you? Why do you disturb my peace? Well, I'm here to fish with you. Maybe I'm here to fish you. What a handsome rod. Thank you. What can you offer in return? Netherling desires rouge carp. Very well. You have to go get a bullfrog. For a red ring, for a... God, it's a long story. Evil man with ice heart just threatens to destroy fishing holes! Netherling is true friend of fish, and saddened so. Any friend of fish is a friend of me. We will get the cat killer. But why do I still have... Okay. So even though I'm your true friend and all that, you're still making me fish this stupid thing. Which I did, of course. Here you go. Just flop out. I like to think that because of how the pack just preserves fish, when I pull it out, it goes back to flopping around because I put it in the moment I got it. So it's still alive. It's just, well, as soon as it comes out of stasis. This is the fish that swallows your ring. Netherling, that's us, by the way, is shining example to all fishermen, like bright ray of sunshine. But enough talk of weather, let's pierce the fish. No! How do you carry that? The Rouge Carp ring! Which happened to have the ring in it. That I happened to get off the auction house from... Yeah. I suppose my lord won't be going on any fishing trips in the near future, then. You may be right. If all goes to plan, I doubt I'll be able to... I should be able to spare my family's fishing holes from my wrath, but I doubt my new lordship will leave me much time to enjoy them. Do not wilt like flower in drought, noble lord. Just as hurricane has its eye, so the most demanding duty has moments of peace. Citation needed. Truly, you would allow me the use of your fishing hole? You are a friend of fish. Any friend of fish is friend of Tonu Vanu. We are brothers in fins. Even the wildest whirlwind could not tear that bond asunder. We just met! Oh god, he's smiling! That's terrifying. So. Fishing! I want to try out your fishing hole, too. I'm done. I'm done. Thank you, Cronin. Always appreciate. I'll jot that down for Tor Agent. Give me a moment here. Whoop, I can type. Stop your grumbling. You've got the ring back, and Tony has given you permission to use his secret fishing hole. What do you have to complain about? I'll get back to Ishgard. Fine. If it's the only way to defeat my brother, I shall oust him from my fishing hole. Let me join in, too. We can hold a contest down there. You're an assassin. Gum Gum asks, what are my honest thoughts on the IRAA? Let's look that up. IRAA. What is that? Recording Industry Association of America. Well, they all need to die. Any questions? Let's see. So, Fisher Quest, I mean, that was a little quirky and a little weird, a little meandering, and kind of crap, honestly. What do we think? What do we think? I was not impressed. We did get to poison a noble. That's true. I'll give you that. But yeah, it's just... We could add it to the pile of negatives we're giving for the crafter quests in general on the gameplay axis, but story-wise, it was just kind of there. I don't know. Blacksmith. Yes, I am a steward to House Javon. How do you do? Slash bow. Slash nod. I have come to secure the services of the blacksmith. Your guild master intimated you are the best, and only the best will do for my mistress. In another age, her family formed the backbone of the Temple Knights, but she sucks now. So, aid her. I cannot promise traditional payment. However, I'm sure the honor of serving has intrigued you. Are we about to do a job for exposure? I don't have to try to hire a Choco home. Well, I can walk. And sleep outdoors. Yeah, I'm right here, dude. You're actually my height. Wow, that's weird. Got it. Okay, well, let's go get some exposure. That would be funny, right? I don't understand! How do you fish in lava? And we're all just like, whoa, what's the issue? Here, I'll do it right in front of you. How are you doing that? Is this a trick? No. Here, you do it. No! This way. Imagine you're in Mario. Which, actually, yeah. Ooh, there's an idea for the Mario 4X game. Lava tiles actually being a valid resource tile. Depending on your faction, too. Thank you. You will not regret the journey here. I hereby entrust the arms and armor to your able care. Okay. Why am I here? I am employed at the shop. A second job to pay the bills. Sure. Keep it secret from the Baroness. There's the Baroness. That's the Baroness. Just saying you were keeping busy with your practice. Has it ended so soon? It rather takes little time to defeat striking dummies. Who's this? This is Master Runner, the most excellent blacksmith in the realm, canonically. Rumors of your skill precede you. I'm glad to have you. Rimmon, I'm going home. Does the pantry need for anything? 2 pumpkins would be appreciated. Unfortunately, I cannot buy them myself in the middle of work. I mean, I cannot leave before explaining the smith's duties to him. Very well. The lady should not have to worry about saving on foodstuffs. Few noble lines have seen more of their own as Lord Commander than House Javon. Baroness Larissa's father was a renowned knight until... Well, to give you an idea, the house once employed 100 servants. I am the only one left. Oh, you know what? That's true, Mace. I'll give you that. Geralt is still better than I am. We are the 2nd best smith in the land, canonically. Sir Javon did not tumble from knighthood. He was pushed, and his family lost much in his fall. To make matters worse, the calamity claimed his life, but his dream of seeing his house's name restored did not die with him. Milady carries it within herself, and she is without parallel in her conviction, while in my eyes she is Saint Fenia, come again. So close! Ishgard will hold a grand tourney. If only we had the best armor to help her win the tournament. Yeah, there you go. Best sober smith, because we know I don't drink. You know what I like the idea of, right? Is like they catch the lava fish and they're like, how do we cook it? What do you mean? We just pulled it out of lava. Isn't it already cooked? Do we cook it by freezing it? Pleasant evening to you, Mr. Runner. I trust you're rested. Good, good, good. So, the armory's in pitiful estate. Take your cuirass. Plates are sturdy, but joints have rusted. The fault is ours, but if it falls apart while my mistress is fighting... Yet she cares not! In fact, she's going out to train all the more often. Just the other day, I thought her resting, only to find a note saying she had gone beastkin hunting. Alone! Good gods, what if she's gone today? She's in danger! I can't leave the shop! Go, find her, please! Okay, I can do that. Okay, so... I'm not going to mention the name of an MMO, but there's an MMO out there, which we will never talk about, ever, ever, ever. And there's one area in that MMO which used to be no mount zone, kind of like the cities are in this game. So as a direct consequence, I don't know about you, but it's a really strong habit of mine to immediately hit the 8 button, which is where I put my mount right there, which I have bound to my mouse, and mount pretty much the moment I'm done with anything, just immediately. First muscle instinct, right? Just ready to go. And I do that here, too. And I mentioned that because I just did that here. If you caught that, you probably saw the you can't mount here button. And I'm just curious how many other people have that issue where you just kind of automatically hit mount and then realize you're in town. Oh, the smith? Why are you here? Oh, of course, the steward would send someone. He need not fret so. House Durandare wants for blades, and I gladly volunteered. This patrol earns money and experience both. Not it was eventful. Behold, 3 escaped cut purses. I just finished binding them. Why do you stare so, Smith? What happened to your armor? Nothing escapes you, does it? Couldn't be helped. The rivets holding the plates broke under the tussle. If it is not meet, I enter the tourney without cuirass, yet the pay for this patrol will not cover repairs. I cannot ask you to forge rivets for free. No matter. An iron will triumphs over all, as my father used to say. You may tell Fribbin I'm perfectly fine. Now, up, brigands! She beat the 3 cut purses without armor. That's actually pretty impressive. Or rather, partially without armor. But, that's not great. Yeah, I'm just... It doesn't make sense to me to not move fast, if that makes any kind of sense. That sounds like a Bob and George reference, Zedslayer. Master Runner, did you find her? Yeah, she's fine. Hello, for Fen. That is her only suit of armor. What he actually said was, an iron will triumphs over all when steel armor defends it. My mistress omitted the last part to seem strong in your eyes, no doubt. In truth, she cannot enter the tourney without her cuirass. The lady will need 3 bags of rivets. I fear I'm unable to offer you anything tangible. Well, as it happens, I happen to have this in my inventory right now, so here you go. Yep. Hey, look! Looks like they're paying me 1,500 gil for this, so that's actually not terrible. Yeah, Dr. Cossack. Why are you trying to... Why can't you just fix them? Well, you see... Excuse me. Yeah, see, I have a way too good of a memory for things like that. Trivial Pursuit Brain, as my mother calls it. Excuse me, Master Runner, I received a missive. Let's see here. Must test skills. Don't worry. Gone to the Dravanian Forelands. Oh my god! Quick! Save her! You realize she's probably fine, right? Dead. One of the two. Let's see here. What do we have? Based on my interpretation of FF14's magic system, do you think it's possible to summon a character from another MMO as a primal such that it's 90% identical in power and personality to the real version? No. For the same reason I don't think it's possible in this setting, Tim. Because it's always going to be down to... So first of all, the personality will always be off. Because everyone's going to have their own interpretations and vibes of it, which aren't going to be 100% close to the real, or even 90% close to the real. But the other thing is power. Because the amount of ether it would take... I mean, I guess technically it'd be possible, but the amount of ether it would take to equal up the level of power that particular entity had would be insane. Like, that would be a millennia spent draining ether out of the land and probably killing the land to do it kind of a situation. Yeah, it would basically be Alexander levels, and we know the problem with that, right? So... Remember, the individual who will not be named had like 4 separate large-scale things empowering him. Did that man send you after me again? Uh-huh. Oh, you're one of ours, huh? Needn't worry. The mistress fights like a behemoth 10 times her size. Save it from a wild chocobo. But who's bellowing at us? Baroness! Baroness! What is that piece of crap armor? God, I hate that armor so much. I'm glad I can show you it. Check it out. It's the worst suit of armor in the game. Nice big up-close shot of it, too. Enjoy it. Soak it in. Take it in. I hate that armor so much. Redmont, did you run all the way here? Come, man, save your breath. I'm perfectly fine. You might be fine, but what about your sword? Didn't it break off in the chocobo? Not the brass Viking sword. That's my lady's favorite. That piece of crap? Sorry. Ain't the kind of steel that Highborn normally wield. Any road, I've got an extra blade. You can have it as thanks for saving me. Yes, thank you. Oh god, Blade Trifle. Ah! The lady is most unlike you to borrow. The road to Ishgard is perilous without steel, and I cannot risk any harm coming to my loyal steward. Thank you, Baroness Liz. Forgive me for troubling you. It does not behoove a future Temple Knight to act so rashly, shall we? Master, the Baroness must enter the tourney with a weapon befitting House Javon, not a borrowed dagger. Titanium Bastard Swords are awesome. Could you make me one of those? Sure. Let's see. What would happen if copyright reverted to how it worked in the 1800s? Well, the first thing that would happen is the large-scale corporations would lobby for it to work like it does now. Which is exactly what happened, consequently. Thank you for everything. I was also wondering if you made any progress on the sword? Yeah, here you go. Coloni's breath, light as a feather, sharp as a worm's fang. Even I can tell this is a masterpiece. Thank you! Have some exposure. Why do I have to... Actually, it's probably faster to do this. Let's see. If you were to do this run and all the MMO review runs, one after the other, how much of the year do you think that would take up? Maybe about 3 or 4 months, something like that. My mistress was most pleased with your creation. I dare say she is proving her mettle even as we speak. Baroness, that you would be out of the arena so short a time. Did something ill happen? You're the warrior. I won. It was all thanks to your sword. The balance of the blade is perfect. I could have wielded it all day and still slain a worm. You're welcome. How many bouts did you partake in? 3. 2 I won. The 3rd was a draw, but I was declared winner in 5 more as my challengers forfeited. 5? Wow. Did your Lord Father not say good luck is an ally of success? Bad luck does not absolve failure. Ask only victory of your leaders. Commander can apologize for defeat, but what need do his fallen soldiers have of apologies? He lived by that ideal, gave the orders food to the starving, only to be tried for pilferage, convicted, and stripped of knighthood, but he never recanted, not once. Reminder, Ishgard sucks, or sucked. Milady, is that why you work to restore the house, to clear your father's name? She's young, Disco. She's probably about 15. No, I do this for Ishgard. Noble blood grants privilege, but only to save the unprivileged. Another of my father's pet sayings. It is why I venture the tourney, why I wish to become a knight, and I will. For my father, for our people, and for everyone who has helped me along the way. As I say, she is probably younger than Alphino, based on how she's talking. Almost tried to mount just there. It's okay, I got myself. Just the blacksmith I needed. As you know, Milady's turn in the final round of the tourney draws near. It is my wish she wield her birthright, integrity, the sword of House Javon. The blade has graced the hands of her forebearers. Now, well, suffice to say, it requires a most thorough restoration. Sure. Why do I have to... Okay, whatever. So, first best class for first-time Guild Wars 2 players. So the first thing I would recommend is to play a class which has survivability. Lots of classes have DPS ability, in fact all of them do. But not very many classes have the ability to live all that well. The catch is, what is involved in a live build is a little bit malleable depending on availability and blah blah blah. So the long and the short of it is I would recommend you play Guardian or Warrior as your first class. Because Warriors have plenty of abilities which you get even early on, which is important, that allow you to do things like, say, get up from being knocked down, or ignore status effects, or to, you know, take less damage for a few seconds, and have mobility, and so forth and so on. Guardians tend to have lots and lots of buffs and heals, which you can just stagger on top of everything else. In fact, despite the name, a very common and popular build for Guardians is to wield a staff, which gives you a whole bunch of fun stuff. Lore, what's up? Yeah, hey, dude. We need to restore this sword. Yeah. Bleeding hells, they won for the Grand Tourney? You're not making any gil from this? What'd I get you into? Still, it might pay off in the end. Heroes climb to fame on the back of smithies, but the opposite's true, too. You'll be the famous if some champion's wielding one of your blades. Yeah, and I can't wait to get paid for that. Anyways. So what do you want me to do? Have you heard of Geralt? No. Yeah, Geralt of the Bottle. Hey, look, daily quests I'll never have to do again. This is another good example, by the way. Especially in ARR, most zones have one Aetheryte, and that's it. To go back to what I was talking about earlier. Hi, Geralt. You want me to make another ARR weapon? No! Never! Okay. Yeah, could you deal with this? Moneylenders recently took my master's favorite titanium lump hammer. If you were to get him a new one, he might drop his job. And okay, fine. Well. Hey, I happen to have a new hammer for him. There you go. So. Hey, Geralt. There you go. If I ain't mistaken, and I rarely am, this is adamantite blade. Pure, too. Whatever the smelting technique used is better than most modern smithies could. You want to make it battle ready? Can't be done. But don't toss it just yet. The hilt's special, a reliquary, meaning there's a saint's bone or something. Reckon the sword is a treasure because of that. So, you get a new sword, put it in there, and that's how you remake integrity. Okay. That sounds interesting. I mean, that tracks, Tim, if you say it out like that. Just yikes. I mean, it's worth noting that a lot of the combat of FF14 didn't come into its own until, frankly, Stormblood. And don't mistake me, it started in Heavensward, but it finished in Stormblood, you know what I mean? Like, that's when they really found themselves. The classes really started to come together, and the bosses really started to come together. And I really do anticipate Stormblood's going to be a pretty big net positive on the gameplay axis. Wait, really, Rye? Is that what my reward's going to be? It's going to be funny. Hang on. Yep, we will reforge. Yep, nope, you're right. A regular titanium lump hammer. You son of a... Final round of the tourney's begun. She's won 6 bouts with ease, and those who dismissed her skill as mere luck have eaten their words. I agree with that. There is at least one 3+ boss in Barnum's Medal, and I mean that. That's, I mean that. I'm pretty sure, like, I can't imagine my opinion's going to change on that. We'll see, but I don't think it's going to change. I've gotten that boss several times, and it's awesome. Comparison is, well, merited. The lady's sword arm is excellent, but she wins because she's relentless. Even brave contenders have forfeited from fear. Now, however, she stands with 8 others of equal might. Please, you must get a new sword for her. There you go. Yeah, I agree, Blade Jamal. This is magnificent. Please, allow me to transfer the remains of Saint Finea. There we go. Throw it in a stew. Make a stew out of Saint Finea. Of all the times... Ah, lore. Weaponry? No, they're not here yet. You remade that rusty sword? Out of the kindness of his heart. Yeah. It's a masterpiece, is it not? And it's yours, free of charge. The blade is blessed. The hilt is a reliquary of Saint Finea, bound within our prayers of your ancestors, which may or may not actually mean anything in this setting. When you wield this blade, all of House Javon walks with you. Allow me to present integrity. Free of charge? All this for nothing? I can't accept this. I thought it strange we could afford to pay a smith of his caliber with my coffers over. How'd you pay? With promises? Could you? However low, I am still a noble. I will not taint my name by turning beggar because of ill fortune, nor tarnish my victory with this sword. Baroness, only the blade has been remade. The prayers are yours. What a master runner. He poured his hopes into this weapon. As have I. We're the people you want to protect, right? How can you deny your duty to us? How can you just leave this sword to rust? No, my father would... You have the right of it. I'll be proud to wield integrity, but I will offer you recompense. No, you won't. You do not have it to give. It'll be 2 million gil. A Signing Rosary. It was the only valuable left, and your parents' favorite. I know. When I am champion, I'll give you the tourney prize to have it back. Is that alright? Okay. Well, I'd ask Rax that question, but he's not here. Well, now to the 8 bouts before me. If the Temple Knight sees me at my best, I will join them, but if I lose even one, you two wait here. I'll return when I win. I've never seen her so unsure. She needs your support. My fretting will only cause her greater worry. And then she dies. Well, that was a weird way to end the story, but here we are. What is this? That's what I thought. I'm guessing White Mage, Robostal. So which non-MMO do I think has the best combat system? Kingdom Hearts 3. What? You're probably going to have to narrow that down a bit. Combat systems are rather... like, that. There's a lot. Like, XCOM 2 is way up there, you know? Kingdom Hearts 3 for ARPG quality. For turn-based RPG, I'd probably put something along the lines of, believe it or not, FF6, very high up there. For RTSs, it would be StarCraft 2. For, like, FPSs, it'd probably be one of the Dooms. So, there's all your answers. Everything I just mentioned. Why are we doing this long pause? We've seen the sword before. Like one cutscene ago. Why are you... oh, who cares? Thank you for coming. I was just taking a deep breath. The air inside is vile. Of course I'm not worried. I'm Laurice de Javon. Everything I just mentioned clicks with me, yes. Never give up. Never give in! Lead by example. No weakness, no faltering. I must be as iron, unbending, unyielding, as father said. He was a good leader, Lore. I, too. I can be, too, for a voice for the voiceless. I will win. And when you die, I will res your corpse. Because I'm a white mage, too. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Triangle Strategy looks pretty good, and I've just played the demo of that. Also, Breath of the Wild, while we're on the subject, had a really good core combat. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem 3 Houses is another good one. I am the evil one. Behold! I am pure evil. I am not evil. Who will win? Evil McEvilson, or the main character of this story arc? Watch over me, Father, as I die fighting evil McEvilson. It was literally the first thing I looked for, Cash. In fact, I tweeted a picture of it. Hi, Canada Bangs. Mr. Runner. Yeah, what? I cannot stand the waiting. Is she? Yeah, she's dead. Okay. Do I think FF14's crafting system needs to be more complex or simplified? No. I think it's actually pretty legit as is. It's got a lot of good features and a lot of good mechanisms. I think the main problem is, despite how hand-holdy the early quests are, they don't actually tutorialize the crafting that well. There are things about crafting I didn't know until I looked them up or were straight up told about them. The tourney auto ended now. Where is she? She's dead! Lady, dare I hope? But the sword was wonderful. It was my strength that failed. And he's just doing his thing over there. Pardon me, Baroness. The Temple Knights have sent me to find you as you left the arena before awarding of honors. Should I have stayed? I lost in the first bout. The champion's laurels are not used, but you have won an honor, that of the most valiant. You faced an opponent thrice your size that neither treated nor hesitated. In truth, we thought you would pummel the man to death. Sir Handloop himself was impressed. He wishes to discuss your future with Sir Amaric, and he's legit, so... It's weird, isn't it, Canada Bangs? Because you're right, this game is very hand-holdy and doesn't tell you a lot of things. It's bizarre. I reject this offer. Milady, where'd you find that sword? You know. Integrity? It is forged by the master of the house, Lore. Master Lore! Don't call me master. I will make it a point to remember the name. I would like to think most people in Ishgard probably know my name by now, but... Anyways. Will it be payment enough? Take the damn thing back. I don't care. I'm gonna delete the item you're about to give me. I know, right? Bleacher Ball. No one recognizes me. Because I got glasses on. Are they glass? I don't know. I'll have to check in a second. Yep, nope. I just have the one monocle on right now. Nobody will ever recognize me. My machinations have laid unperceived for years. RTS or turn-based? I don't have a preference between the two. Like, let's look at my favorite RTS game of all time, StarCraft 2, and my favorite turn-based game of all time, XCOM 2. I don't think I can really rate one of those better than the other. You know what I mean? You look just like that one dude. Nah, you're seeing things. So now to the other armory skill, which looks exactly the same. Yeah, you look just like Urianger. That's what that is. Is your name Urianger? No. Oh. Okay. That's true. StarCraft 2 has less bugging through wallsiness. Can't argue that. Remember when we had the frickin', what was it, the 2-story tall walker, like, trying to walk through a building, and it just wasn't working out right? Yeah, the Sectopod. I do love XCOM 2, don't mistake me, but yeah, I'd probably give that to StarCraft 2 on sheer quality. I've been doing a lot of thinking. Finally found my answer. I'll learn the secrets of armorcraft by fighting and dying. Okay, bye. Do I have a slut mog? What kind of stupid question is that? You've said before that something that's a plus in a vacuum can be a minus in context of the game. Do you have an example of a thing in a game that's a negative, but if removed, would make the game worse? I mean, you've literally seen all my transmogs. They're all, right here. See? Monk, Gunbreaker, Samurai, Red Mage, Summoner, Paladin, Dark Knight, Black Mage, Warrior, Ninja, Bard, Scholar, White Mage, and Sage, which, actually, this is kind of a placeholder. Don't really have a Sage off it yet. So anyways, yep, he's going off to die. Cool. Can I help him die? Love to help him die. B's not a bad answer, Rob. So, for those of you not aware, there's a character in Skyward Sword named Fee. And she is a massive irritant. And she will be a gameplay negative or two when we get there. But the truth is, if you were to just remove Fee from the game, then that would significantly reduce the overall quality of the game. Now, that's kind of cheating, because we could fix the gameplay aspect of her without removing her, but you get the idea. I feel like there's something else where that was true, too, where it was like, this is bad, but it's like as good as it can get, reasonably speaking. I don't know, I'd have to think about that. What in God's name? Are you injured? 'Twas fortunate we happened by. You're more like to harm yourself with that flailing than slay your intended opponent. I must say, I admire your devotion. Maybe we can call you next time we have needed an armorer. Bye! You're a crap warrior. Bye. You suck. Bye. I thought I was a dead man, clad in my finest armor, but I could hardly move, let alone fight. Who thought a rat would give me so much grief? But as I stared death in its furry face, I had an epiphany. I've got to get back to the forge. What are you doing out here? Anyways, bye. Okay. Shadow Machine says, which of the new starter Pokemon do you like most? So, I actually asked both my niece and my sister which one they preferred, you know, showed them the new trailer and all that. And would anyone like to guess which both of them immediately decided to choose for their new starter? I asked this because it's also the one I will be choosing. So all three of us picked the same one, the Grass Cat. I mean, that's not even a question, is it? You have a Grass Cat, an Apple T-Rex, or a Pillow Bird, which is what she called it. Why do I care? I mean, you know how it is. Like, Washalot, or whatever it's called, Oshawott, looks redunculous, and then it evolves into something super cool looking, so who knows. I'm not reading this out loud because I excessively don't care about this asshole who's a Sith. Remember him? This is the Sith armorer. It's like, "Grr, we should all kill each other, and that way only the one true Smith will be good." It's this jackass. It's really fastest to just run. I'm still probably going to go with Grass Cat, but yeah, no, who knows. We all know which one Rye's going to pick. Oh, there's an M in it! Oh, Disco. Okay, my bad. Let's see. So, do I think having everything locked behind the MSQ is a bad thing for FF14? So I've already given a negative for the unlock problem of FF14, which probably gives away my thought process on that. But I should probably mention that having certain things locked behind the MSQ isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's the fact that everything in this game is locked behind the MSQ. That's what irritates me. Did you know that there's a portion of Boja, which I have still not been to because I'm not there yet in the MSQ? I forget what it's even called. It's the second Boja. It's the second area you can go to. Yes, I'm his assistant. If you say that again, I will rip your head off. I am now pretending to be the Sith's assistant. Yeah, Zadnor. That's the one. I haven't even been to Zadnor because I can't. Can't get there. MSQ. NPC is not there. MSQ. Can't access the zone. MSQ. That's why it's a negative. So I do think locking some stuff behind MSQ makes perfect sense, and I'm with it in some cases. It's just in other cases it's like, really? Anyways, Sasapiku the Snake, they call me. Gotta strike swift and deadly. Can't be wearing heavy helmets. Cramps my style. There's a trial to even convince him to wear body armor. I don't think that counts as body armor. See what I mean? An impossible request. A vow to consider your client's needs has barely passed your lips, and yet you cried defeat. What do you want? I came because you're dumb. I bet Lore can do this. After going to Gridania for no reason. So, okay. Some things behind the MSQ make sense. Some dungeons, some raids, right? Cool. Here's an interesting question for you, and I think this says a lot about someone's mentality based on how they answer this. And I'd like as many people to answer this as I'd like to. Do you think access to towns should be locked behind MSQ? For example, do you think you should have to reach the point in Heavensward where you can get to Ishgard before you can physically go to Ishgard? Right, I'm going to frickin' Gridania. In some cases, it makes a bit of sense. Restarium. That's why I say Ishgard, because Ishgard's right there. You can get to Kurthus from Gridania and just kind of zip over there pretty much right off the bat if you wanted to. Do the west... what is the name of that zone? The Rivendell? What is the name of that frickin' zone? Hang on. See if I can find a map of LotRO really quick here. I'm going the wrong way. No, I need the zoomed in map. Whoop. The really zoomed in. Here we go. So there's Angmar. There's the Ettenmoors. That's what I keep thinking of. The Ettenmoors run. Which, for those of you not aware, is a way to get to Rivendell early in LotRO. It's a hell of a run, because the Ettenmoors is level 40 zone. I must admit to feeling betrayed. But I should not be so petty as to deny you answers. Sure. That's extremely useless information, but thanks. So you probably know my answer, because I tend to lean towards the gameplay axis, especially when it comes to a video game. I think you should be able to reach Ishgard without having the story there. But that's not really the relevant thing, because why would you want to without the story? Well, there's two ways you could do that, but before I even talk about that, the place I'd want to reach without story progress is Idleshire, or Idleshire, or Idleshire, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Also Rhalgr's Reach, while we're on the subject. Because those areas actually have a relevant reason to go there before you were there in the MSQ. There's not a huge reason to go to Ishgard until you're there in the story, right? But there's a fairly strong reason to go to those two zones before you're there in the story, because that's where the high-end stuff is, where you can buy stuff. Which, of course, those vendors aren't there until you've finished a certain part of the MSQ. And so you start to see why I have, this concept and topic of some things locked behind, sure, other things, no. I have a perfect example from an MMO I can't mention. Okay, Asheron's Call. One of the trading hubs of Asheron's Call for a long time was a little outpost called Ayan Bakur. It's hard and complicated to explain why it was a trading hub. Just bear with me for a second here. So, Ayan Bakur was like, it's just out in the middle of absolutely frickin' nowhere, right? Like, it's just way out in the middle of nowhere, kind of like this place, except even more so, really. Just reaching it is a hassle. Even the local tie, which you can get, usually has people escorting people there because it's very likely to die on the run to Ayan Bakur, okay? But it's the trading hub, and you're not supposed to be there narratively for quite a while in AC. Yet it was possible to get there early on, in fact, as low as level 1, in order to get there. In fact, I used to put most of my mules there for trading. That's a hell of a thing, by the way. But anyways, the point I'm getting across here is, even though it's just this thing on the frickin' far ends of the Dire Lands in Hell, which is this nightmarescape to even reach, it was still available and possible to reach it, which was very beneficial because of the aforementioned trading hub things. And there's other reasons. There's other things that made that a positive. You see my point then. You see why I kind of lean in that particular direction when it comes to availability, rather than reach a certain point of the story and then you can unlock the trading hub. So, light, sturdy metal. Okay. How about titanium? I could have told you that. So what are my thoughts on Dark Age of Camelot? So I've mentioned how I've played all the MMOs a bit, but I started getting picky after a little bit, and so I would poke at an MMO for a while, see if I liked it, and then abandon it if I didn't. Which is what Dark Age of Camelot was for me. A lot of what it had, its main thrust of content, were not things that were interesting to me. Notably the siege content and the PvP zone, or not zone, scene. So I just kind of bowed out of Dark Age of Camelot, so I don't have much to say about it in general. Here you go. Boop. Does that even count as armor? Congratulations! 2 square inches of your face are now covered. That's really weird. Is it titanium? It's so thin, but you've shaped the mass so the arcs and curves reinforce the weak point. It's genius! Yeah, they had... I forget what they actually called it. It wasn't quite the lineage thing. In Lineage, there was straight-up siege PvP warfare. That was its main thrust. But it was kind of leaning in the direction of siege PvP. I just don't remember what they called it in DAOC. But yeah, it wasn't my thing. So I just was like, eh. Yep, I did your job for you. Again. As to say, I can probably name on one hand how often I've actually had coordinated open world PvP. It has happened. It's actually really awesome when it does, but it's a rare thing for a reason. Silk Road. Yes, I've definitely heard of that game. Silk Road MMO. What do we got here? Nope, came out in 2020. I sort of... So there's kind of a cutoff. Oh, no, this is 2005. What? Hang on. Hang on. Apparently there's more than one Silk Road. That's why. Okay, so I need the one from 2005. A picture? Because I tend to be visual. There we go. Okay, so, yes, but this is yet another MMO I picked up and then immediately put down. Generally speaking, anytime I see an MMO tout PvP, open world PvP as a main feature, I tend to just kind of walk right away from it. And a lot of MMOs do that. Open world PvP, okay. So, I want more work. Not pretty enough. What? You... Okay. I need to make some pretty armor next, apparently. But yeah, that's also why I didn't get into Lineage, or Lineage 2 for that matter. I actually did try Lineage 2, and I was like, hey, cool! And they had some cool ideas in Lineage 2, but the story quest, it's one of those MMOs where the story quest only lasts, like, until level 20, and then you're just kind of expected to go PvP, which I can name 3 MMOs that all did that, at least at launch. Ion did that, Lineage 2 did that, and Terra Online did that. Master Lore. We need her to get pretty armor. The style was dreadful. How can I perform Legendary Deans looking like an oversized kettle? Imagine the portraits they paint. Imagine the sculptures. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to judge. I get it. Fashion craft. Let's do it. Or Final Fantasy crafting? Final Fashion 14? Fashion Fantasy 14? Help me out here. No, I agree, Tim. Don't mistake me. I don't mean to throw shade at open world PvP. I know some people who enjoy that, and that's fine. But it's just not my thing. And frankly, open world PvP tends to actually ruin my own experience with the game. Passion Finale! Oh, I like that. I like that. Why? Okay, this might actually be the worst one so far. This is awful. Are you seeing this? Go talk to him. Go talk to them. Go talk to her. Go to a town, talk to 2 separate people, go back to her, go back to him, go give the item. This is terrible. This is actually the worst crafting quest we've had so far in Heavensward. It's the frickin' armor quest. And of course it's the Sith jackass. It's like, I can't do these jobs, so you do them for me. Just for that, I'm going to acknowledge Tazdus. I mean, I'm reading it, Dr. Winter. I'm just not reading it out loud. So yes, you want me... I need to make something super fancy. Yeah, duh? Maybe I should consider color in my designs, is the summary of what he just said. I think you're right, Tim. I was already going to give a negative to the craft requests in general. Or 2. Or 3. But this might actually qualify as a full negative, just this quest chain, because this is bad. And I bet you it's going to repeat right after this. If you know, it's going to follow the pattern, right? Okay, that's actually good advice. Recruitments with less edges and hollows in your design, so that there's less things to get stuck on in combat. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Hazardous. I always do appreciate, thank you. And let's see, so these are going towards, looks like Modern Warfare 1, Command & Conquer 3. Why do I have to talk to her to... Hang on. Modern Warfare. Command and Conquer 3. Bad Batch. Done. And thank you again. When do we get to content in FF14 we haven't done? We've been there for days, Ross. I have not done this quest before. Nor any quest I have done today. We've got 2 more after Armorsmith. And then we're done with all the class content. And then we get to finish up the side quests. We're actually pretty close to the 50% mark at this point, Hazardous. I actually really thought about just doing some dungeons, but it's a Tuesday, and I don't know how many people are on for that. Yeah, seriously, can we just we've got link pearls in, so I guess I haven't explained this. The way link pearls work is it's not like in FF11 where you have a link pearl per thing. Which, by the way, wouldn't that be horrible? Imagine having to have a separate cell phone for each individual person you want to call, and that's the only, right? Now, instead, it's more like each link pearl can be set to a frequency. And so you just have one link pearl, and you just set it to frequency. So all we need is their number. Be like, hey, what do you think about this? Okay. Hey, what do you think about this? Okay, cool. Done. This is one of the reasons we can link pearl to so many different people across the game, is because we just get their number. Guild Wars 2 actually plays with this very same concept and actually does some really, really cool story stuff with it, which I won't spoil here. Of course, that also means if someone else has the number, they can listen in on it, which is the downside of that in Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure if someone can listen in on a link pearl in FF14. I don't remember that happening. Your name is Barbarella? Here's your fashionable armor? That's even creepier than last time. That's true, Gondinium, you're right. There's got to be another example of it somewhere. Oh, no, I just thought of one. Is this why you called me? To spend more of your coin on gear we don't need? Who's this asshole? Our lives depend on our ability to gauge the full face-to-face. You need new armor. Suit I have suits me fine. You should look to your own abilities, healer. If you weren't so sluggish on your spells, maybe we wouldn't have to rely on expensive armor to save our hides. Okay. Too real. Hashtag too real. Sluggish? How many times have I saved you from the brink of death? 'Tis your fondness for injury that forces me to consult with armorers in the first place. Yep, healers and tanks blaming each other. Tale as old as time. Did he literally not have anything covering his rear end? Other than, you know, his bikini bottom. The way they argue, you'd not think they've been friends since childhood. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, DPS are just, they're always at fault. Nobody questions that one. The healers and tanks argue, but the DPS are the real problem here. Death to DPS, ironically. Yeah, the healer's gonna let the tank die, feel very guilty about it, chop his head off, get into necromancy, be seduced by a necromancer from Tactics Ogre. What? Oh, I actually have some questions in the queue. That wasn't updating earlier. But first, we will talk to this guy, and then we'll go around all over the place. God, there's still 2 left. This one's been taking a while. Yes, I'll take the stupid job for me. Do I have to... okay, whatever. What is the largest gap between my subjective opinion and my objective review? Probably Bloodborne, to be completely honest. I know that's semi-recent, so there's probably a bit of, you know, recency bias there. But I was trying very hard to be as objective and fair as I could when it came to Bloodborne. Even though I was hating every minute of it at a certain point. Just, oh god, I wanted to be done with that game so hard. My apologies. We had little luck recruiting a new gladiator. Thus, we've decided to have a shield made as a bonus. So you can make the shield, right? Sure. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. I'll go find him and his Canadian girlfriend, who's totally real. Wink, wink. Anyways, okay, so another game review. Hang on, let me just pull up the list of reviews. Dance down the list. Maybe something will pop out at me. Can I believe they would deny me passage? This is a matter of holy adoration. I must be allowed to meet my goddess, Helone. You, the armor. What's this talk of shields? Forget your trade for a moment. Answer me this. Are you able to enter this guard? Yeah. Then will you be willing to complete my pilgrimage and pray? Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Oh, shoot, I actually have to go do it, don't I? Damn it! Can I just say I did it? Let's see. I got Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is a game I actually still enjoy, despite everything. Although at least I understand why now, so that's cool. TIE Fighter, which is a game that I love for what it does, which nothing else does, despite the fact that TIE Fighter is a very problematic game. Let's see, what else we got here? Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Pray. Whatever. Let's see. Drakengard, maybe? I mean, Drakengard is a game I gave lots of negatives to, which I stand by. So, you know, make of that what you will. Classic Game Lover is a game I get... Alright. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, maybe? No, not really. There's Bloodborne. There's the Mega Mans. I suppose I could also mention Mega Man X1, which is a game that has some problems, which dragged its score down a bit, but is a game that will always have a very special part of my heart. That's another valid answer to that question. Yep, I totally prayed. No, what I'm saying is Drakengard is not as bad as the truly Drek games I've covered, despite its score. That's what I'm saying. Drakengard's a crap game, in my opinion. It is a negative 25.53. That's really down there. In fact, I believe it is my 5th least rated game ever. But there are other games which are arguably worse than it. Oh yeah, there's Ocarina of Time, which I actually disagree completely with Ross on that, because the whole point of a review is to cover all of the gameplay, and if a game is better for literally skipping some of the content, then that's something that should be notated. And I stand by that, just like philosophically. If a game is worse because of some of the content in it, that's part of the review, right? Sorry, I need to AFK just a minute. Phone call, I'll be right back. Valverdrix has another excellent example. Final Fantasy X is actually a perfectly serviceable game as long as you skip most of the optional content. But, you know... Chinese. I've been in the mood for Chinese for a while now. I actually meant to get some Sunday and completely spaced it. I'm stupid. Why do you keep doing the... I've never seen titanium polish so bright before. Superb job as always. Yep, you'll definitely get a gladiator soon. Now we have to wait. It's him! What are you doing here? I thought you were too good for new equipment. I came for the free hoplon, but I never would have bothered if I known who posted the offer. I'll accept nothing from you! Why are you so stubborn? Is it so hard to accept gifts from a friend? It is! I'll not take such as an eel pie from you until you spend some coin on yourself! Even with the armor I'm wearing now was bought from your purse for some I could have never afforded. I appreciate it, but for the love of the 12, you cannot continue to adventure in those rags! Your head is so filled with concern for the lives of your companions, you fail to care for your own. Yes, but this is the Blacksmith quest chain, not the Weaver quest chain. Damn, that's a good point. You're right. I'm sorry. I love his glasses, by the way. Speaking honestly with you scared me more. Forgive me, my friend. I would rejoin the party if you'd have me. Of course! Now, please take the shield. What a surprise. It's impossible we would... Blah, 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 blah. Slash nod. I've got a Weaver friend. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's just get some mithril chain. We got this. That's a hell of an armor upgrade there. For the guy, not the tank. Yay, we did it. We helped them out. The adventuring party is set. They go to their first dungeon and die on their third pole. Yep, you've been reforged ever since you gave up the ways of the Sith. And he's given in to the light side of the Forge. QA questions. Zedslayer says, what's after the crafter quest? I think I already answered that, but just in case I didn't. Side quests, what's left of them, which I think is not that many. And optional dungeons, which hopefully I'll have a few people to help me out with. And of course, the MSQ, which will also involve some dungeons and a raid. Am I aware of the general trend of fire-type startup Pokemon fitting into the Chinese zodiac? No, actually. Interesting. But no, I wasn't aware of that. I was aware of the trend of fire-type Pokemon being considered the best in terms of stats. But most of that's from speedrunning, so... So Umbral Magnus is going to be facing off with the... your player, excuse me. We're going to be facing off with the Enchanter Wizard next week. Wanted your input on a possible situation. How would I rule what the Tiger would do if the Cavalier's mind is controlled? Does he follow the Cavalier's command, or is he able to intuit he's mind controlled? So that's one of those depends on the setting kind of questions. But off the top of my head, I would say that the Tiger is sufficiently tamed to essentially always follow the commands. Wow, they actually did fail. I would say the Tiger always fails the commands of the Master, regardless. In short, I would say that the Tiger is probably not smart enough to intuit that, hey, something's up, and just keep following directions blindly. But again, that kind of depends on the setting, the intelligence of the pet in question, and how exactly taming works in that particular class set. What the hell's happened to you lot? We lost. We barely escaped with our lives. I was too slow with my spells. No, I positioned myself poorly. The DPS are all to blame. It wasn't the armor. We just suck. It was the armor. It was light as strong as I could have wished for, but it was too tight around the shoulders. I couldn't swing my sword. I didn't think to adjust the plates for a gladiator's range of movement. So much for understanding my client's needs. Lore, can you make a better suit of armor for these people? That doesn't suck. What have we done to deserve such kindness? I mean, you saved my life, remember? Yeah, from a rat. Wait, where? Bulwark Hall? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, that's not a dungeon! Yeah, if only there was a dungeon journal, Robust Hall. Oh my god. Yep, we get to go to the Gladiators Guild! That tears it. This quest by itself is getting a negative. This is stupid. This is actually stupid. This is black. What is this thing? What are we doing? What are we now? We are a ARM. I'll talk about Plants vs. Zombies in a moment. Alright. I tried talking to that stern-looking lass, but it seems you don't like my disrespectful tongue. Yeah, sure. Whatever, I'll talk to her for you. Not the first time I've had to talk to a woman for a guy. Hey, my friend over here is an idiot. Sorry. Really? Really? Let's go to the Miners Guild. It's the Moogles all over again. That's what this is. This is just my life. It's just hell. I did something. I died. I died on the way home last night. What, just selling the crap out of the chests, Giga Pudding? And of course there's treasure dungeons, which I have done. I hope to show up at least one of those on camera when we get to Shadow. Really? Sure, I'll make armor out of adamantite, which, if you remember, is actually really hard and irritating to get a hold of. I don't know if you recall that. Fortunately, I already happen to have this stuff on me, but... Ugh. Yeah, I usually get like 50,000 gil from a treasure dungeon, which I suppose is a decent chunk of change. And that's speaking purely of just the raw cash. Obviously, you can get items in there that you could sell in the auction house, but we're not talking about money that comes from other players. From an economics perspective, I'm only curious about the money that is produced by the game, the gil fountains, as the concept is. And yeah, that money, people running treasure dungeons and getting those, and yeah, that makes sense as a source of income to produce. No, I don't like smoking or alcohol. Offshore Twitch account. Yep, you're welcome. Here's your adamantite armor. There's actually a term for this. It's called twinking. Not to be confused with another form of twinking, which has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Twinking, in an MMO sense, is when you have a low-level character which has gear that is way too good for them. And the idea is that their overall power output and capacity level is pushed way beyond their actual level, and that way they just kind of sit there and, you know, death roll over things. It's only a thing you could do in MMOs where level requirements aren't a thing, or you can get around level requirements. So, example, in Diablo 2, most gear has level requirements, but there's actually specific suffixes that'll reduce the level requirement, so you can wear gear that's substantially better and stuff like that, you know. And yeah, Dark Souls multiplayer level range issues, that's another thing, you know. Yeah, I wasn't, you know, I'm not mentioning the Forbidden one. I mentioned Diablo as an example. Asheron's Call was a common one. AC actually had skill requirements instead of level requirements, which is a cool concept. Because if you really dump everything into a skill, you could technically have really, really good archery and terrible everything else, which means you could equip a death bow, for example. It's just you would have, like, no health and no stamina and no carry capacity. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I haven't messed up a second time yet, if you're paying attention. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all! He really did just say that. That one's mine. I stripped the design down to bare essentials for maximum mobility. This gorgeous helm leaves my best features. Leaves bare my best features. I can already picture weaving myself. Of course she's a dragoon. Of course the dragoon wants to look pretty. I made that one. Took the lessons of 2 separate guild masters, but I finally forged somebody you'd be approved of. Whoa, excuse me. There's the armor I just made. I feel like not the slightest resistance to my movements. He's got a hat! I can concentrate on healing without thoughts of shabby equipment clouding my judgment. You're welcome. Now go, defeat the dungeon. And they wipe. Like, you realize in lore that's exactly what this is. That's why I was reminded of this. We're twinking them. Here, have some really high-level gear. I was never one for encouraging folk. Never realized it would feel this good. I have converted away from the Sith side. Yep. You've learned your lesson. I think this one was amusing enough. It certainly isn't negative territory in the story axis. What do we all think? It even ends on a wah-wah. Yeah, it's definitely not negative territory, like I said. It's just, where's this one? Carpenter. I mean, yeah, the gameplay pacing, which I have already dinged by itself, really threw it pretty hard. Let's see. Questions. The dark side of the forge is a pathway to abilities many might consider to be unnatural. Well, that's true. Yeah, you noticed I just stopped reading the dialogue out loud because it was just not good. I was like, yeah, okay. Of course, this person's outside or something, aren't they? Let's see. Who'd win in a fight? A character I can't mention, or an FF14 character I can't mention. So actually, that question has been answered before. The answer is the FF14 character, for reasons I'm not going to elucidate upon. Gosh, I hope they're Sith crafters. And I hope they're terrible at it. 7 hells. I haven't seen a lance like this since I was a squire. The owners like to be old as me. Or dead. Who was that one bloke? Some fool joined the order when I did, only to be killed by beastskin. Only reason I remember him was because we found everything but his lance. Got a son, too. Craven lad by the name of Barthavo. Any lance that couldn't fend off a few beasts has no right to be with the Temple Knights. Patooey! Okay. That's a little harsh there, buddy. But that's okay. We're cool. We're all cool here. Everything's cool. I don't remember how to get down there, so we're just going to take the thing. Yeah. I will forge this. The pain makes it better. And they go out with, like, this absolutely misshapen chunk of metal, which doesn't even have a sharp edge to it. I'm ready. No. Shink. You are already dead. What business does an adventurer like yourself have with a lowly soldier like me? Is this your spear? It's my father's spear. It was in the Black Shroud. I was just a boy when I saw this last. It was the day my father rode off to battle the Horde and then died. Anyways, he put a pox in my house. My honor is mine to reclaim. I will gain back my honor. But you're with the Carpenters Guild, so... One moment, son, I'm busy. Why don't you say hello to the adventurer? Okay, that was weird. Oh yeah, I forgot about Hildebrand. I guess we'll do that next, as part of the side quest bundle. How long is Hildebrand Heavensward? Does anybody know? Yep, life sucks. You're in the broom. That's great. I'll make you your bow or your lance, or whatever the hell it is you want. Much shorter. Thank God, because it was like 4 frickin' hours last time. Am I a fan of the Plants vs. Zombies series? No. Was I a fan of Plants vs. Zombies 1 and Plants vs. Zombies 2? Yes, but I am not either more. So hang on, let me read this. I should have done this first. Okay, so... I had to kill a number of lesser dragons for this coin. The pay is terrible since any fool with a pointed stick can do it. Raise eyebrow. Not even going to comment on that. Well, you're in luck because I happen to have a bow right here. Yep, you got to go kill a specific dragon. Not that your son sees it that way. Could you call him? Why are you... Okay, I'll go find your son for you. Alright, so Plants vs. Zombies 1 is still a good game, right? Wrong. Did you know that if you go to buy Plants vs. Zombies 1, now fresh, on the phone, buy, let me just stress that word for a second, purchase the game wholesale, it will still have ads. And they're really obnoxious ads. They're interrupting ads. They're you can't play the game ads while the ad plays. For a game you just bought. So that nuked my ability to enjoy Plants vs. Zombies 1. I actually was going to do a replay of it somewhat recently when I ran into the problem I just told you about. Then there's Plants vs. Zombies 2, which was a really, really good game, and a better game than the original in every way. More complexity, more variety, better map design, better gimmicks, better plant variety for you, better kit, in other words. Lots of possible builds, much more varied enemies, and better difficulty design across the board. And then they made it pay to win. And when I say pay to win, I mean pay to keep up. Because they adjusted the difficulty curve so far up that the only way to keep up is to spend money on it. And they added this whole system which is so terrible. Because what you have to do is you have to level your plants now. And leveling a plant takes like X number of that plant's leveling shards. And you know the system, right? You've seen this in a dozen other MOBA games where they do this crap. And if you don't level your plants, you cannot keep up. Yeah. So Plants vs. Zombies was a great series. Hasn't been for years. Meanwhile, the kid doesn't want his father to go out and fight dragons. Yeah. That tracks. Yeah, you can still get Plants vs. Zombies 1 on Steam. Not that I would. I have no reason to. if you wanted to play it without, you know, invasive ads. No luck? Sorry. Just wanted to see his face for life. Oh well, I'm off to kill some dragons. See ya. My son doesn't want to see him anymore? Oh well. I feel like I literally just said that, Mr. Red, but to repeat myself from 10 seconds ago, yes. The original is still on Steam if you want to enjoy it properly. I just have no reason to play it on Steam. That's the problem. I don't have reason to play it on computer. Part of the reason I'm so upset about this, by the way, is I, as most people, have a legitimate value in just a random game you play in the minutes in spare time, right? Like when you're waiting at a place in line, or you're, I don't know, you're bored and you're just you got a few minutes, right? And so what I used to play was Plants vs. Zombies, because it was a good game. Or Plants vs. Zombies 2. And both have been removed from that category now, so I'm a little bitter, I'll admit it. Sent to repay me, even after I insisted I didn't need anything. Ah, well, you know how those fellows are. Never happy till their honor is satisfied. I shan't play coy. My cane was damaged. Could you make me a new one? Yeah, sure. Here you go. Alone above, the wood feels warm, rooted in the ground. You made this? Yeah. I mean no offense. I expected something less than this. He's a good boy, but when he promised to repay me for interceding on his father's behalf, I didn't think he'd had the means to do so. Yeah, he doesn't. I beg your pardon? His father commissioned you. I've brought a clutch of fowl as thanks. They're plump ones, too. Most kind of you. I appreciate the thought, but a growing boy needs food more than I. Please take them for yourself. What your father sent was thanks enough. Father sent thanks? My father? Indeed, he's an honorable man, like father, like son, eh? Now, I must be going. There are many more who need tending, and I'm itching to try out the staff. I think this is one of the first members of the Ishgardian religious order who's actually been pretty cool. Of course, he's just a healer. I'm the one who told the monastic, you know. Told him the father might get hurt fighting the dragon. But don't tell father what I did. Knowing I asked for help would only shame him. If only he stopped this nonsense. Lore-wise, what's the strongest thing you've beat? I can't answer that, but it's in Shadowbringers. Gameplay-wise, what's the hardest thing I've beat? Also in Shadowbringers. Are there Sith... Oh, I already answered that. I already answered the Hildebrand question. Let's see. Aside from... Hang on, let's delete some of these. Let's sort it out. Did the priest like it? I'll wager he did. You made it, after all. It's not much, but here's your payment. Now I'm off to practice. I will kill that dragon. Thanks for the 2,000 gil. Can I give this back to you? You need it more than I do, buddy. Like, I don't mean to be negative. I had every... I'm confident I'm worthy of your weapon. With some luck, I'll be able to slay... So he's trying to kill this specific dragon to regain his honor, by the way. Niguru Vailu. I've already left, but the bow has gone missing. Haven't seen my son today. Da-da-da! Ooh, that's actually a really tough one, Pillars of Snow, but this is purely my opinion, and I have no real evidence of this, but I'd say the final trial, not the patch point 3 trial. Obviously, in gameplay, the latter one was much harder, but... lore-wise, I mean, Amaro, you know? That's all I'm saying. Ah! Feet. If he doesn't have the bow, he can't leave. How do you say that name? Philippalei? What in the seven hells are you thinking? What do you mean to fight? What if you don't come back this time? What then? Son, I will come back. Why do you think I took up the bow? The dragon can't hurt me if it can't hit me. Like he didn't hit you last time? You'd be dead if I hadn't told the priest. Is that? I told him. I begged him to help you so you wouldn't... So you could have died, Father. I never knew you worried so, but you've got to understand there's no other path for knighthood to me. Without the dragon's head, we've no future, and you deserve more than this. I like this life. No, you don't. I don't want you to die. Son. Father, if you must find it, let's find a safer way. If there was a safer way, we'd all be dragon slayers. Have you even tried? My snare catches birds. Couldn't a large trap catch a dragon? Then you could kill it with ease. We need the right kind of wood, but Laura can help with that, right? Alright, we'll need your help. Good lumber. 3 lengths, at least. Really rare, valuable lumber. Which, of course, I can't just give to you. I have to go to Gridania first. Because, of course, I do. Aside from the Warrior of Light, of those you've met so far, who is the strongest humanoid, non-Asian, non-robot, non-primal? Probably Estinian, honestly. No, I have it in my bag, Giga Pudding. It's right here! Look! It's right here! But yeah, it's probably Estinian, and I think there's points at which he could challenge the Warrior in Light, but eventually we do, I think, surpass him. When exactly we do that is debatable, but I think I have a specific moment in mind. So let's see. We need to go to Kurthus. Okay. 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 Do I think mobile gaming market will ever get better, or is it doomed? So this is going to sound like a really strange question, considering how anti-mobile gaming I have been for like a decade at this point, but I think mobile gaming has already gotten better. I think we have gotten as good as it's getting. We've got the mobage category, which is mobile garbage, that's why I call it that. And it's predatory and vicious and horrible and awful. And then we've got mobile games. We have the Apple Arcade, we have legitimate people who are actually trying to develop actual games and trying to put out something that's not, you know, trying to rip money out of you hand over fist, and that market exists. And honestly, I think that's as good as that's ever getting. Birch, huh? I can do birch. Yeah, so Takut is actually correct. If something else comes out, Phone 2, you know, the Internet 3.0, Matrix something, and then all the, you know, the mobage developers to switch over to that, then yeah, at that point in time, mobile gaming will get better. That's great, Classic Game Lover. I'm very happy for you. Did I ever hop on the Pokemon Go craze when it came out? Yep. I praised it because it was interesting, but I never really got into it. There's no gameplay. There's nothing there to do. You don't any luck finding lumber? Yeah, I happen to have it on me. Okay, we'll make a super good trap. Yay. I mean, that might not even be mobage at that point, Classic Game Lover. What's the game, if you don't mind my asking? Because I might have heard of it. I probably haven't, but... Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that. So, he trapped the dragon, but the dragon was a fire breather, so he loosed arrows, but they've just bounced off the scale. So I fled like I promised my son. But! He must have a weak spot. We must find it. Examine the wreckage. Okay. I'll go examine the wreckage of... Oh my god, really? Has there been an MMO that acknowledged your wealth? So there's a technically there, but the answer is no. Technically, however, there are a few MMOs that specifically have something that is built into the game that's like the VIP club. You can only reach it if you do certain things. And the NPCs there and the story, such as it is there, will be like, hey, holy crap, you've made it, right? So you're well off simply for being there. But those are the only NPCs that'll acknowledge your wealth because they're there. And that makes sense from a design perspective, because it's the only place you could presume that the player is wealthy, because they have to be to even reach there, right? Star Trek Online has something like this. Guild Wars 2 has something like this. There's a few. There's a few things that do this. But as far as elsewise, not really. And it makes sense why. It's the same thing I just mentioned. You can't know the actual wealth level of the player and do anything with it other than a basic acknowledgement. Like, you could change a bit of dialogue where, oh my god, you have so much money, and then you move on with the quest. But you can't actually change the quest to presume the player is wealthy. Oh, the trap. Made that into firewood. Found a spearhead, though, stuck in the dragon. Oh, okay. Most evil J.K. Simmons character. I feel like it's someone in GTA, but I can't think of any names right now. So I found you the spearhead. Remember my father's spear? This is the spearhead. This can only mean he fought this dragon. That means this dragon killed him. My father died a knight's death. Father must have driven his lance into it, stayed in the dragon's body, even through his 20-year sleep. Remember, I talked about that earlier. When the dragon awoke, he flew somewhere over the shroud where the shaft fell. Only the spearhead remained. Oh yeah, Cave Johnson, most destructive. There you go, Cave Johnson. Yep. By finding the pieces of the lance, we've learned the truth. But fate's even kinder than that. It's given us a way to kill him. Somewhere between the scales is an open wound. The spearhead will have lodged there and lifted a gape. If I could get an arrow in there. No, I can't use an arrow. I must use a lance. No, father, no. Grandfather fought with a lance and died. You barely escaped last time, and you were using a bow. I can only end this. I can end this with one thrust. Besides, I'm better with the spear. I've got an ally your grandfather didn't have. He can fashion me a super mega awesome spear. Son, I'm sorry. My might is made up. I need a new I need an adamantite spear. They really want us to craft some very rare and exceptional stuff here, don't they? But, fortunately for you, I got it on me. You got this. I hope he doesn't die. I'm gonna be sad if he does. Could you imagine? Stormblood quest arc. Help the kid avenge his father. For grandfather's honor? He really said that? Yeah. He's never said anything nice about grandfather. Milksop, lackwit, traitor, but he always believed secretly. Okay, I'll believe in my father too. Let's go watch him! That's a terrible idea. Oh my god, of course we're... Would I recommend Fallout 4 for someone new to the franchise? So I'm going to start by saying I don't dislike Fallout 4 as much as most people do. I think there's a decent game there, it's just not a Fallout game in the strictest sense of the word. A lot of it is very different, its leveling system is literally backwards, and its main plot is actually pretty stupid. But it does have some decent gameplay elements, some reasonable progression, some pretty fun quests, and some awesome side quests. And it's probably got some of the best characters in the whole Fallout series, in terms of presentation, character arc, etc. That being said, if you were to start the Fallout series, I would actually recommend you start with Fallout 3. There's the dragon. You got this, buddy. No, I would never recommend starting with New Vegas. Especially given how much New Vegas references 1 and 2. Yay, he killed the dragon. See that, father? Couldn't have done it without you. You did it, you did it! You killed the evil dragon. What in Hallone's name are you doing here? The way you move with that lance, I was wrong to doubt you. You're a proper dragon slayer now. I am. I avenged my father, cleared his name, earned the title. When the Order recognizes me, you'll finally get the life you deserve. Yeah, by the way, we're getting rid of the nobility, and the war's over. You're welcome. I could not have slain him without this lance. If only my father had such a fine weapon. I've got to go where he rests and apologize. I lost faith in him. I've listened to what others said. Hell, I've said more than my fair share of unkind things over the years. Where is he, father? Do you want the real answer to that question? Yeah, I do like the disparity showcasing. The dragon. Oh, I was just coming to tell you. The war's over. I mean, if you want to start with 4, it's not the end of the world. Like, Takoida gives another insight into that. You will miss things, but if you knew the things, it would probably make the game worse, because Fallout 4 does not make any strong attempt to adhere to continuity at all. And it does have some Drek in it, let's be clear. Oh god, that'd be even worse, Tim. My son, I can finally see you one last time. I do find myself curious how Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Oblivion would review alongside each other. Maybe Morrowind, too. Oh, and Fallout 3. Like, off the top of my head, I imagine Oblivion would rate the highest of those, but I'm not actually sure. I wanted to finally see my grandson, Thunk. I do enjoy every game I just mentioned to some extent or another, it's worth noting. I'm curious how they would line up. Father, this is Lore. He made the trident. This is my son. Alright, I'm out. Go kill lots of dragons. But yeah, I don't mean it as an unkindness to say I would not recommend you start with Fallout New Vegas. It's the same general reason that I recommend you don't start with Final Fantasy VI. Or, you know, Star Trek VI, to use another example. Off to kill the heretics, bye! No, but... okay. I'm leaning towards an aggregate for that one. They did some neat things, but they didn't really go anywhere with it. It does what a lot of the Ishgardian crafter quests have done, I've noticed, which is, here's a bit of Ishgardian culture, which is cool. You know, I'm with it, I'm with it. Looks like Leatherworker is last. Let's see here. Questions. Delete. Yeah, I don't think that's full plus worthy, but it was decent. It was decent. So let's see. That was Carpenter. Welcome to Eld's House of Excellence. Our signboard is newly hung, but I promise you'll find no finer leather in all of Ishgard. Oh, guild representative. Sorry, I didn't expect it. Oh my gosh. This puts my best to shame. These will sell splendidly. Please deliver your guildmaster my compliments in an order for 1,000 circles of leather. can't? No, you have the right of it. I should have known filling such a large purchase would mean a great loss of life in the Black Shroud. I'm new to this. Could you help me? Oh, excuse me, that was forward. I'm just... It's your head. Hold on, that made me stumble. Let's try that again. I'm so new to this, honestly. Could you help me? Oh, excuse me, that was rather forward. It's just... Your hands. They're the hands of a true artisan. Calloused, but strong. Damn it. I'm a poor leatherworker myself, and I could use an experienced advisor. But I should let you draw your own conclusions. Go to the shopkeepers. I'm sure you'll see what I'm getting at. Okay. You have such lovely hands. We're about to get a hand massage. What's the best game I can't recommend to most people? There's a lot. There's a lot of great games that I could never recommend to a lot of people. Like high-end strategy games, or really intensive, you know, frenetic games. Most of my friends can't even play 30xdx, for example, because of the reflexes and the pace, the frenetic pace of the game. Yeah, there's also long games that are hard to recommend because they're long. I'm sure, as I say, I drink from a ham understands exactly what I mean by that. I know plenty of people whose their free time for games is like 10 minutes here and there, right? Because we're adults, we have stuff to do, you know? So I can't recommend most MMOs in general, even though I'd like to. Yeah, I still have never beaten 20xdx, Dakota. To this day. I've gotten to the last boss like 5 times. Pardon me, which of these are the best? Thank you for saying, but if you're in a hurry, we're scheduled to get a shipment far finer than these two. Finer? Very well. Could you hold your favorite under the name Ol Chiffon? Chiffon? Chiffona? Exactly, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, Cyber Shadow, which is a great game. Which, I mean, how many people can I recommend Cyber Shadow to, you know? And honestly, and you didn't hear this from me, but a lot of the Souls-like games I can't recommend to a huge number of people because they don't have any form of difficulty options, so that's just off the board entirely. Okay, hold up. I'm going to read that last thing out loud. The merchants are concerned only with the coin of nobles and pay little heed to the need of the lowborn. The artisans aren't better. Those that fail to please the high houses are overwhelmed with orders. They'll slap something shoddy together and sell it to commoners. As a result, it's difficult for many Ithgardians to get anything but the worst of goods. But why? Is a commoner's coin lesser than a lord's? Shouldn't merchants offer high-quality products for everyone? I believe we should. We all deserve well-made goods that are within our budgets, so I opened this shop for all Ishgard, from Hopland to Broom. Not everyone shares my belief. Don't worry. Give it a few weeks. I think things will turn around a bit. Yeah, Fire Emblem is another category which has this kind of improvement of gameplay side of things. Also, someone mentioned Nintendo games. I got to play the entire Kirby Forgotten whatever demo with my niece. We both loved it. I actually asked her recommendation, and she actually flat out said 10 out of 10 recommendation on the demo. She had a ball with it. I let her play Kirby. I was the spearman. It was a largest move set, by the way. There's actually a lot you can do with the ad. But anyways. Yeah, there are bad Kirby games, but, you know... Yeah, I'm pretty looking forward to the Forgotten Island, whatever. Yeah, I played Kirby's Epic Yarn. I never actually finished Epic Yarn. Which, I'm gonna take that back now. Star Allies was great, though. seems to be particularly mindful of Gerhard. Suffice to say, he's the hammer that pounds down any upstanding nails. Okay, that's good to know. I know, that's why I felt stupid for opening my mouth as a game lover. I didn't get into Epic Yarn. In fact, I don't even own it. I was playing a friend's copy and just, it didn't catch me. By contrast, Return to Dreamland I played the crap out of. I love that. Am I to blame for this debacle? Pardon me, I arrived earlier than planned. Couldn't keep my wife away for a present. Ah, excuse me, I seem to have interrupted you, adventurer. Oh, well, I appreciate her concern, but I don't care. Time has come to breathe new life into the Crozier, and if he doesn't like it, too bad. Yeah, sure, I'll help you defeat the bourgeoisie, or however you pronounce it. Are Gridania boots really as good as everyone says? Eh. Should zoom in so you can see these things. Commoners do urgently need proper footwear. I plan to use wyvern leather, but my craftsman doesn't know how to work it. But Lore, could you fashion these for me? Worm skin. After my last time, I could use a pair myself. I await your creation, friend. Here you go. Sure hazardous. Bourgeoisie. There we go. Goodness, even the artisans would struggle to make such splendid footwear. Yeah, Star Allies did have its problems. I just really enjoyed a lot of what they did with it, especially... So, Star Allies wasn't that great at launch, but then they added up a whole bunch of new stuff on top of it, which was kind of awesome. And most of the new content, which was free, was pretty legit. I also like Kirby Superstar, so make of that what you will. But, if I was to name my favorite Kirby game so far, it'd actually probably be Robobot. That's a really good Kirby game. Excuse me, I'm looking for a pair of boots, and those caught my eye. Can I try them on? These are easy on the feet. Have you, seen this design before? Yeah, this is from Lore. He's from Gridania. Gridanian Master come to save the feet of Ishgard. Maybe I could find some inspiration in that. Name your price. I want to wear these home. You'll have many of the same, but that particular pair isn't for sale. That's a pity. Save me a pair. Yeah, sure. I actually enjoyed the golf one. On the SNES, right? Oh yeah, Kirby lore is interesting. Some people, I do think, overemphasize how dark it is, but let's be clear. The reason Kirby lore is dark makes perfect sense. It's all about dreams and positivity. So what is the opponent of dreams and positivity? Nightmares and negativity. If you really go into the concepts of the eldritch horrors that birthed the negative elemental, I don't know what else to call that, right? The dark matters, 002. They are literally negativity personified, you know? So it makes sense that it would be dark. And of course, we see the total opposite of that, which constantly beats them down, which is, of course, Kirby, the positive elemental. And yeah, DDD, I love DDD. He's hysterical and awesome. And best when he's not being, you know, villainous. Well, I had to do the Steam integration thing this morning, Five. Although I didn't have any issues from it, so... We'll see. Hopefully no more issues in the future. Lore! There's been a flood of people buying those boots. I've even hired a new craftsman. However, I can't seem to find more leather. Strange. And what's stranger, I heard Gerhard taking orders for Wyvern Looks on the way here. He wasn't quiet about it either. Uh-oh. The local jackass is trying to put down the man. Or, I guess the opposite of the man is trying to put down the worker. There we go. I got that right. Oh yeah, DDD's fun in Smash. Bonk. You're no customer nor man of Ishgard's. You must be the so-called Gridanian master, the naive girl hired. Out with it. What do you want? Wyvern leather? I brought every last scrap of it. Oh, you asshole. I needed it. All of it. You would do well to remember that business is war and the victor is he who controls the supplies. Don't bother looking for other suppliers. I used my clout with the merchants, and not one will deal with the Eld. Good day. So one of the oldest and frankly worst ways to make money is to control the supply of a specific good. Now, rather than mention real-life concepts, because this certainly applies in real life, let's talk about video games. Let's say in this MMO, you had an enormous amount of money. You do need a lot of capital to make this work. And let's say you identify a specific crafting good, which is very valuable for whatever reason. Doesn't matter why. What you could do is you could go to the auction house and buy all of it. So you have all of that material. Then you can crank up the price and sell it at the new inflated price. Some people won't buy it, of course, but if anybody needs it or anybody wants to get it and doesn't have crafting gear themselves, they're SOL. So you now have control over a supply, and that's awful. Because if you're paying attention, what you have effectively done there from a zoomed out perspective is made money out of nothing. You have actually just kind of made the world a worse place in order to try and make a bit of money off of it. And yeah, in an MMO, the supply can and will be restored, but that tends to lead to a knockoff effect too, because what tends to happen is those crafters tend to see, oh, that's the new price. Well, I'm going to sell it at that price now. And congratulations, in addition to having cornered the market and made everything more expensive, you've also made everything more expensive regardless of your particular manipulations. You have just artificially boosted the value of that good, and it may never come down in overall value. There are some goods in some MMOs that just kind of stay high-priced because of this crap. It's a war he wants. It's a war he'll get. But he has won this battle. I'll have to change the strategy. Leggings! Yes, leggings! Let's get some Zamil skin. There you go. Yeah, MTG reserve list. God. Craftsman's come up with designs based on yours. They're more boots than leggings, but the style is similar. So we need to drum up things quickly. There you go. I believe you can find him at the Forgotten Knight. Okay, I'll go talk to him. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to come down harshly on this concept, but this type of economic domination, it is a form of monopolization, is pretty scummy. And you'll notice it's only really available to the super rich, because you need a large amount of capital to buy up that initial supply. So that sucks, too. Anyways, questions. So Classic Game Lover asked, did you like 76? I assume you mean Fallout 76 at all. So I actually own Fallout 76. Someone gave me a copy. I've never played it. I've never even installed it. So, I don't know. It is on the list for review someday, so I hope to see what that's like at some point. Excuse me, can you plug our boots, please? Those are well-crafted boots. A generous soul to give them away for free. Yeah, it's called marketing. Unlike some people, we understand how that works. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing too, Zedslayer. I know that I say this a lot, but one of the biggest pieces of praise I tend to hear about Fallout 76 is that it has reached the heights of actually being a video game nowadays. By some divine guidance, he has come to Ishgard to offer us his latest and greatest designs. Albert, are you speaking on Eld's behalf now? Bah! I will be evil later, in my own evil way. Behold the fruits of his genius, the finest footwear and the best old boots. Order your very own pair today at Eld's shop in the Jeweled Crozier. I just noticed these are all women. Hardly my finest work, but I believe that little taste has whet their appetites. Yes, offshore Twitch account. Unquestioningly. I don't even have to think about that. One day of horrific pain for infinite and endless power? Done. Cost. Benefit. Did I ever see the Sephiroth reveal trailer? Actually, I've seen all of them. And yeah, it was actually pretty good. Although, frankly, I think the Kingdom Hearts one was pretty legit as well. Tim asks, have I ever done the jumping puzzles here? So, I enjoy jumping puzzles. Obviously, platformers are one of my bags when it comes to video games. But I've never really liked jumping puzzles in MMOs. with one exception. It's especially in something like this where jumping is so, you know, never really been into it. So I've honestly just never bothered. That's why I've never gotten the one in Kugane, because I've never made the attempt. Lore! How many customers have come to order boots that my fingers hurt from writing down their names? What did he say to inspire people? Oh, I didn't expect him to use you as a selling point. I imagine he'll be famous after this. It's the way of things, isn't it? The bard may have hastened the process, but the skilled artisans are fated for fame one way or the other. Yes, it's true. It's all a matter that it's deserved. The customers deserve the best products, and I'll assure it's so. I've never seen you so worked up. Why are you so worked up? No reason. I'm just tired from the flood of orders. Well, you're giving the people quality that once only nobles could afford. I suppose breaking down barriers is tiring. Well aware this is a gamble, but it doesn't mean doesn't everyone want to dress well? I know it sounds naive, but deep down I think we all wish to look our best. There you go. In-game fashion souls. Right there. At its heart, my mission is to give everyone that chance, and today I have been vindicated. But it's all be for nothing if we cannot make good on our promises. I'll have the craftsmen working through the night, and I'll no doubt need you again before long, Lore. I like this quest so far, by the way. This is pretty legit. If I heard it until I died? No. Cost, benefit. Lore, I can't thank you enough for your help. All Ishgard now wishes to dress their best, and my leathers are flying off the shelves, but it's time to donate a portion of my profits to the Mercantile Guild. Sorry to impose, it's just the store is bustling, and I can't turn myself away. Oh, can you also ask me for a letter of introduction? Please don't confuse my intent. I'm not forsaking sales, but I've also got you and an advisor, so I don't see why we shouldn't develop luxury goods as well. Sure. I'm okay with that. Let's get a letter of introduction from the mistress, who runs the Crozier. Actually, let me take that back. Would I have the ability to commit suicide if I was hearing it until the end of my days? Offshore Twitch account? It's a very important question. Also, daily suicide. A third visit on Eld's behalf. Yeah. Ah, thank you. And honestly, I hadn't put much hope in her little venture, but now she's become quite the fixture on the Crozier. Her business has brought a bustle to the market, thanks to your sage advice, I dare say. The Mercantile Guild and I are grateful. If you need anything, name it. Well, she wants a letter of introduction from the nobility. Oh, that's one thing I can't give. I haven't the slightest notion who among the noble prizes leather. However, seek Gerhardt's advice, but he's a dick! Yeah, I need to have, like, this big rainbow thing, which is like, suicide. Like, you know that art thing where it's like, the more you know, and there's like a star and a rainbow? I need something like that, except just suicide. Just to try and make light of it. What could you possibly want now? An introduction to the nobility. I suppose you'd like me to set fire to my wares for all the good it does my business. Why would you think for an instant I'd help Eld? I'll throw you over the ledge if you don't. Oh yeah, imagination. There you go. Well, you're right. I will help Eld. Happy to do so. I'm deadly serious, sir. I'm an avid follower of Aubernard's, and I simply had to try your boots when I heard he was wearing them. The craftsmanship was... Well, I've been a merchant long enough to know what I'm beaten. I would like to reconsider joining your enterprise, but I do have a request. I want an ode. An ode? An ode? An Aubernard original. It isn't dignified for one of my stature to be seen asking for it in person. See to it, and you will have your introduction. Oh, it is an ode, because he's trying to get it from the bard. Okay, that makes sense. Nope, I get it, Offshore Twitch. In that case, I would go ahead and take the deal. Spend about a day fixing the universe, and then kill myself. Alright, so... what is the hardest, not grindiest, piece of content I've done in FF14? Unlike some people, I do not confuse time duration with difficulty. Did you get the introduction? Uh-huh. Sort of. I always knew Gerhardt's bark was worse than this bite, and he's been a merchant for years here. Can't imagine a better ally. I say we accept his terms. Let's go get the ode from the bard, shall we? Thank you. Yeah, I'm debating, because I've done Bahamut legit, and I think that might qualify, except for the fact that there is a fight in this game I have never defeated, and that is Nail. I've never done Nail legitimately. I've never actually accomplished that fight, level synced. I've done every other fight in there level synced. So I suppose that technically means that Nail is my answer to that question. Yeah, you see why I hesitate, because, like, there's the fights I have defeated and fights I haven't defeated, and it's like, well, it's a bit of a different question. My payment? But I already received... Oh, yes, the money's not for me. Eld is making an anonymous donation to those in need. A generous one, judging by the weight. She must have known I feed the children here. Rest assured, I will say to it that these funds make it to Gilderoy's hands, and thence to those who need them. Pray keep this between us. Eld has ambition, but her goal is not Gil alone. Perhaps she wished you to know that and dispatched you here. Yeah, by the way, I need a favor. An ode? Well, I know the man. He comes to my performances early and often. Yes, I think I'll pen something. Eld has inspired me. Yeah, I'm referring to back in the day, Tim. Merchant of Ishgard, an ode to the trials and tribulations of a low-born shopkeep fighting against a noble artisan. Hope they both appreciate it. Thanks. It is an awesome fight. Terrifyingly difficult. But the second part of the question was, what's the hardest piece of content you've actually enjoyed? That's going to be far more recent stuff, I think. As much as I enjoy the Phoenix fight, and as much as I enjoy the Bahamut fight, I think most of the raid fights in Shadowbringers just stomp them, in terms of overall quality, and fun, and just uniqueness, you know? I realize we've got nothing to show the noble who introduces us. I must call upon your skills! Yeah, sure. Here you go. This is perfectly gorgeous. Why, the design will impress the most discerning of highborn. There you are. That ode is priceless. Really, I'd have given my fortune for it. And I'm a man of my word. Here's your letter of introduction. Thank you. Very appreciated. My dear, forgive me for misjudging you. I've heard you learned what it is to be an artisan at your grandsire's knee, and I can see that devotion drives your work. Too few have the same spark these days. It would be my honor to help keep it alight. I've had a word with Elise. She is likewise willing to support your enterprise, even with coin if necessary. Now, I have a number of storerooms around the city. They're yours to use should you need the space. And I'll take 50% of the business for this. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? What do you think his angle is? Like, this is a little bit too positive. Where's the twist? Where's the death doom? There's one more quest. So this is the last quest, where we're going to find out he's secretly an alien who hates leather. My business is on the cusp of great growth. I can feel it! Eld, your business is threefold larger than we met. How could you possibly expand more than you have? With a commission of great size, armor for the Temple Knights. Until now, the Holy Sea's own craftsmen have made all of it, but not any longer. Strange you should mention that, actually. There's calls within the Order to create a more mobile band of knights. Yeah, they call them skirmishers. They ought to be discussing what armor will let them move swiftly and silently. And if they choose leather, just think of the rewards we shall reap. How did you come to know the inner workings of the Order? For that matter, why do you spend every free moment here? Who are you? Sir Hortifashel, if you must know, I'm a Temple Knight. A currently homeless Temple Knight. My wife, kindly soul that she is, threw me out. Even that leather bag did not soothe her savage temper, so I've taken a cheap room at the Cloud9 and wandered the town by day. Raise eyebrow. Which is partially because I am charged with supplying the Order. I've been looking into leather armor and have heartily suggested it, but I am alone in saying so my voice carries little weight. It's customary for the Order to armor itself in plate and chainmail. Simply put, no one's going to give that up in favor of leather. But the Wood Whalers and the God's Quiver, surely that's proof enough. Yeah, sure, let me go to Gridania for no good reason. And the meantime, Sir Oshafal and I will discuss how to approach the order. Okay. Tough shell. Bob. Sir Bob. And it has to be a villain? Because most of my initial thoughts are not people who I would consider villains. It also would only allow me to fix the problems of their particular setting, not the real life, so that has minimal value for me, offshore Twitch account. And no, classic game lover. Most people call Sephiroth easy because most people call FS7 easy because there's a lot of options for the players. So there are many ways in which you can become overpowered in FS7, ergo it's easy, as opposed to just having build gameplay. So it's the same reason why everyone considers FF5 easy when it's not. Worst build mechanic? System Shock 2. Right off the top of my head. Bam. What, the Gridanian one, Mike Romano? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's System Shock 2. Some of you may know that I tend to almost always give positives for build gameplay. The catch, of course, is any game that allows you to build into a corner is problematic. Any game that is really easy to build into a corner is problematic. And a game in which there's multiple builds which are all terrible is even horrible. There's actually another game I can think of off the top of my head, and that would be an otherwise excellent game, Arcanum, which is another game in which some builds are just so much worse that you're effectively choosing to play hard mode in doing so. Welcome back. Please click. There we go. I raised the issue of leather armor with the other knights, but not a man among them will give up his plate mail. Moreover, someone thought the same idea years ago and was dismissed on the basis of tradition. Yeah, bull crap, Takoida. That's my answer to that. Bull friggity crap. That's like saying, you can do any build and make it work eventually if you overlevel enough, which, no. Heavens know I care deeply for tradition, but now is not the time. The calamity has changed us. Changed everything. We cannot pretend otherwise. Just look at the weather. Good point. It's cold now. Like to get colder. Wearing woolen tunics under plate mail is cumbersome. Leather armor offers more warmth and greater ease of movement. I don't think that alone will be enough, though. What did the Guildmaster have to say? Explain, explain, explain. So, our ideal armor will be slightly thicker for warmth, but bear the brunt of a behemoth's attack. My very, very first exposure to Arcanum was actually a demo, Takoida. I think I may have mentioned this before. And yeah, I remember not learning... I didn't know how the fast travel thing works, so I actually walked from the first area to the first town and died so hard on my way there. What's the name of the artisan was? Bob? What? Good heavens, Ellen's grandsire. I've seen his name in our records. He was the one who brought leather armor before the Temple Knights and left for Gridania after being turned down. We must get this commission. My grandsire has left me little, save one set of designs. They're very difficult to craft, but you can do this, Lore. I believe in you. Pull it out of my bag. Here you go. Oh, you can do it, Mr. Red. It's kind of like Daggerfall in terms of how it's designed. Let's go. Oh, this armor is more splendid than I could have imagined. Every stitch is careful, precise, and yet has the same sense of warmth as my grandfather's work. He was appraised as a genius. So revolutionary were his designs, but he had no sense for business and died, having never lived up to his potential. I chose to become a merchant because of that. Quality, craftsmanship are important, but they mean nothing if a product never reaches the customer. Very true. I'll never be his equal, but I can serve the people in ways he never could. My dream is a shop in every town, each delivering fine goods to those who need them. Now let's go defeat the Temple Knights. Yeah, no, Dakota is correct. There are some secret areas which you can't fast travel to. You have to get to them, you know, manually. And even with the super speed mode on, it's just arduous and dangerous because it will spawn random enemies out in the nothing. And they will kill you in your stupid face. Just like they did me. Which fight is worse than FF7, Emerald or Ruby? I always found Ruby harder than Emerald. And it wasn't until I started being in the internet era that I started finding out that everyone thought I was crazy, that Ruby was easy and Emerald was hard. I don't know. See, for me, Emerald was just outgear it. There was no strategy to that. Ruby involved actually thinking. Not bad. Now let's see if we can't sell 100 sets to the order. Yeah. As you say, Mr. Seld, we do suffer the ever-present snows. I also do not deny a number of my knights have succumbed to frostbite and their metal factories. But still, few among us would trust our lives to the strength of leather. Then allow us to put your worries to rest. That's one way to do it. That's true, Blowfox. It's another valid point. Look at his expression. It just slowly gets more and more terrified. There's a job I wouldn't particularly enjoy. By the way, while it's a little bit of a meme, the answer to the worst super boss in Final Fantasy is Penance. Penance is everything wrong with a boss fight. Penance is so stupid. Mayhap there's merit in leather armor. I think it would serve well for scouting and stealth. You might want to deal with... Can we get the knights down here to... Yeah, Penance is a rare example of a triple negative boss. Doesn't matter that it's optional. You know my thoughts on that. It's content in the game. Penance can go to hell. I need no thanks. Sir, oh my god. His armor protected him, and that's proof enough of me. Tell me, who crafted it? No one. Lore, my lord, a leatherworker of incomparable skill. I had not known you were so skilled an artisan, but talent should be recognized. I will personally see to it that it is. Yeah, Yzmat is... We didn't really have the multiple negatives system in the way we do nowadays, Will of Alex. That's why it wasn't 3 negatives. Upon a re-review, Yzmat is probably going to get a full 3 negatives. Omega, I'm not sure about, but Yzmat is awful. Penance is from Final Fantasy X. It is the super boss, and to describe it in simplicity, the way it works is you have to have a certain build, and you have to be mega maxed, like fill out the grid and re-grid it so all your stats are maxed, kind of maxed. And then you have to do everything in a very specific order, over and over and over for about an hour. If you screw up, you die and start over. And it is a boring fight. Like I said, it commits all the sins of boss design. All of them. He doesn't even look cool. And it doesn't have unique music. Like, I'm not joking. All the sins. I could not have done this without you, my friends. Yeah, I have quite literally fallen asleep fighting Yzmat, and I would still put Penance as worse than Yzmat. What a strange change of events. Your grandsire ventured to Gridania, planted the seeds of the techniques, the flower that bloomed, returned to Ishgard in Lore's hands. We were lucky. Perhaps we were, Master Gerhard. But luck means little without skill and effort. I have greater dreams for my shop yet, and I'll achieve them only by striving harder. knowing how hard you strive, I think it's better to start rebuilding as proper workshops. Thank you again. My grandsire's technique put to good use. We have fought the bourgeois. And we're going to set up workshops with this new brand. That's kind of cute. And we did it! I'm actually feeling positive on this one. I know we've been kind of talking about a lot of other things, but if you paid attention, that was kind of heartwarming. And it even had a decent arc for multiple characters and, like, wove into the narrative of the area and the changing times and acknowledging the past and just weirdly well constructed for a crafter quest. Like, I was with that. That's why I was reading most of it out loud. And what was that? Leatherworker of all things. What's the acronym? LTW. Yeah, and it's actually a complete story, you're right. Yeah, no, that was good. I like it. I like it. All right. That's all the crafter quests. Now all we have left is the side quests and Hildebrand. Now it is lunchtime, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. But let's turn into a dancer really quick so we can just absolutely mulch, because I did leave a couple of normal quests on purpose. One of which is this one. I think this is it. Contradicting convictions. I don't know if this is Scholasticate, but I specifically left this one here because it looked like it was going to chain into something real. So we got side quests, we got Hildebrand, and that's actually it. Then we're going to hit the MSQ. Or no, we're going to do dungeons, right? I keep forgetting we got optional dungeons. If we have people, we might go ahead and hit up the dungeons. I don't know. But either way, before we cut off really quick, I'm just going to go ahead. Nothing has convinced me elsewise. I'm just going to give the full 3 negatives to the crafter quests backtracking. It's ridiculous, and almost all of them do that. And that's a lot of just terrible, bad backtracking for no good reason. Okay, so I do hope to see at least some of you after the lunch break. We'll do side quests, Scholasticate, etc., etc. I feel like I just said this. I'll see you around.